Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome inside Welland Stadium here in Welland, Ontario, as the Majors are on the road today to take on the Welland Jackfish. It's a possible playoff matchup here in Welland. Noah Smith and Dylan Baker on the call for what is sure to be an exciting game. Dylan, tell us a little bit coming into this game. The Majors coming off a win last night, of course, looking to get back into the win column and get back into a little bit of a winning streak as well today against the Jackfish.
Yeah, they would certainly take that after the win last night. A great ball game with the Guelph Royals. Yuki Yasuda hit a home run, Cleveland Brownlee hit a home run, and Guelph made it close later on in the ball game, but eventually the Majors did pull it out and win it. They would love to continue to win here against these Welland Jackfish, who they could face in the first round, but they would like to continue their winning streak and hopefully take at least 2 out of 3 this weekend.
The Majors this season against the Jackfish, it hasn't been exactly the way they wanted to go against Welland in their inaugural season. Not having as much success as Rube Chanardad and this team would like. But Dylan, they're looking good lately, and they're going to hope to try and continue that today.
Yeah, you know what? The Majors are looking good lately. The pitching has been phenomenal. It's been what's kept them in games lately because the offense just rolled around last night. But you know what? They're looking better lately, and they're going to hopefully turn things around against these Welland Jackfish today.
We mentioned this is a possible playoff matchup as well. Let's take a look now at the starting lineups that the London Majors will be sending out first this game. Dylan, Yuki Yasuda, you mentioned he had a home run last night. He gets to move up into the leadoff role today.
Yeah, Yuki Yasuda moves from the 7th spot to the leadoff spot as he will lead off and play second base. Carlos Artiegas at short, batting second. Izzy Pena bats third in left field. Cleveland Brownlee is the designated hitter, batting fourth. Byron Reichstein is batting fifth in right field. Mike Ambrose behind the dish, batting sixth. And Kyle Gormady batting 7th at first base. I want to take a look at him because he has been phenomenal lately, and he was tearing the cover off the ball against the Guelph Royals yesterday. If Gormady can stay hot, he can certainly help the Majors down the road. Evan Britt makes his reappearance to the starting lineup. He bats 8th at third base, and Miles Miller bats 9th in center field. Owen Boone on the mound.
Of the same there for the Majors. Of course, we'll see how Britt does over at third base. I believe it's the first time, at least in a while, that we've seen Britt at third base. But that is the starting lineups for the London Majors. We'll get to the starting lineup for the Welland Jackfish when they come to bat. Dylan, here are the standings in the Intercounty Baseball League. Coming into today, there's just 2 games in the Intercounty League today as well, one going on later tonight. We'll get to that in a little bit. Here are the standings, though. Kitchener, Barrie, Hamilton had their fantastic winning streak snapped last night against Kitchener. London has moved up to 5th after that win over Guelph last night.
Yeah, so Kitchener and Barrie obviously dominating. Hamilton lost last night. They are in 3rd place. And then they're the Welland Jackfish and the London Majors sitting at 4 and 5. If this keeps up, this would be the first round playoff matchup for these two teams. The Welland Jackfish would play host to the London Majors with home field advantage. The Guelph Royals are in 6th place. The Majors and Royals are both tied at 15 and 17, but the Majors win in the head-to-head matchups. The Toronto Maple Leafs are in 7th, and the Brantford Red Sox are in 8th.
Dylan, let's talk a little bit about the standings there, possible playoff matchups as well. You mentioned this could be a possible matchup, but London is looking to try and win some games here and at least move themselves into a home field advantage situation. The Majors have just a few games remaining in the regular season, now 4 games left. The Welland Jackfish have roughly the same, I believe, Dylan, but they have to play the Barrie Baycats 3 times in the end of the regular season. That's going to be tough for them to try and gain any ground.
Yeah, you know what, on paper that certainly favors the Majors, but the Jackfish have given the Baycats trouble. Obviously, it's a much tougher schedule. The Majors would love to win a couple of ball games and hopefully propel themselves into at least 4th place where they can have home field advantage over that 5 seed, and that's something they will really want to be they will really be looking for as we head into this home stretch.
Yeah, the Majors, of course, looking to climb the standings or have themselves at least home field advantage if they can. So we'll see if the Majors can do that. Dylan, you want to touch on your keys to the game. Let's have a look at those now.
Yeah, so the first one is obviously get runs on the board early. This is a winnable game for the Majors, so they need to get runs on the board early, which they did a good job of yesterday, getting a home run from Cleveland Brownlee, and they scored 1 in the 2nd inning, 1 in the 3rd, and they did, or 2 in the 3rd, and they did a really good job there. So if they can keep that up, it's quite possible that they win this game just based on how good they are when they score runs early in the ball game. Win this game and keep it going. A huge win against Kitchener last week was followed by a disappointing loss, and then another big win yesterday against the Guelph Royals. So you know what? If they can win this game, there's a ton of momentum going into Hamilton, and Hamilton, even though they did lose, they're still a hot team. With Christian Young on the mound for the Welland Jackfish, you got to jump on the first pitch because he does not walk very many guys. He struck out 35 batters and walked 10. So jump on the first pitch. It might be the best one you get. And be better with runners in scoring position because this season the London Majors have not been great with guys in scoring position. Yesterday they had an RBI hit with the bases loaded, which was one of the first times we've actually seen that this season. They need to be better at scoring runners when they are in scoring position because that is your best chance to get some runs on the board.
Exactly, Dylan. The keys to the game there. And we'll look now, you mentioned Christian Young on the mound for the Welland Jackfish today. Owen Boone will be the starting pitcher for the London Majors. Me and you mentioned it in our teaser video. Boone is coming off a fantastic performance in Kitchener, and he's going to look to continue that today. Here's the pitching matchup for this IBL matchup on this Saturday.
Yeah, Owen Boone is looking to continue what he did in Kitchener last week into this ball game tonight against the Jackfish. Boone's last start against Welland, he gave up 6 runs over, I believe, 3 innings at home in a 12-0 Majors loss. He is hot right now, though, after pitching 6 2/3 scoreless innings against the Kitchener Panthers. So if Boone can continue that here, he'll have success, and hopefully he can lead the Majors to a win.
So you look there at the pitching matchup for today's game. Christian Young, Owen Boone going at it on the mound. And, of course, we looked at the London Majors lineup there, and they will go to bat against Christian Young. It is going to be a fantastic game, Dylan, so we can't wait to get to it as well. They're just doing the starting lineups now for the Jackfish as they head out there to the field to face off against the Majors here, Dylan. What do you expect from today's game? I don't like to often do this, but any predictions for today's game? Welland coming into this game and London coming in with a win last night.
Yeah, you know what? I expect that this game will be a hard-fought game. I think these two teams are going to play with a lot of energy. Even though the Majors did play last night, I think they'll play with a ton of energy. These two teams don't like each other very much. There's a rivalry between these two, and this could be a potential playoff matchup. And I think both teams are going to treat it as if it is a playoff game, and it should be pretty intense.
Yeah, you were talking off camera. We mentioned it a few times. It's a little bit weird that a team in their inaugural season already has such a rivalry here with London, but you can sense it. You go down on the field, you talk to both teams, you can sense that they don't really like each other when they're playing against each other.
Yeah, and maybe that stems from something that happened earlier on in the season, but these two teams don't like each other very much, and it's interesting to see because the Welland Jackfish are just in their first season.
We'll take it down to field level now as it looks like we're just about ready for the national anthem, so we'll send it down to field level.
Please rise if you're able to, and please remove your caps and welcome Selena Carlson to perform the Canadian national anthem.
We're on the line. The club's going to do a presentation to me after all the first pitches and everything. Good. Just be waiting. What's the line?
Once again, Selena Carlson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome to the field a very special guest for today's ceremonial first pitch.
Well, there is the national anthems complete here in Welland. Noah Smith, Dylan Baker on the call for what is sure to be an exciting game here between the Welland Jackfish and the London Majors. Dylan, we talked about it in the pregame. Owen Boone looking to do a fantastic job on the mound like he did his last time out. And this man, Christian Young, looking to shut down this Majors lineup. Cleveland Brownlee, a home run last night. Yuki Yasuda, a home run as well. The Majors swinging the bats well. We'll see what they can do.
Yeah, for sure. And the Majors will look to have another great offensive game here tonight. Maybe get some contributions with from other players, and they've got a great shot to do that against Christian Young. Christian Young does not allow very many runs. He's got a 2.81 ERA this season, and he is a very good pitcher on the mound. He throws hard. We heard Rup Chanadad mention it on the team bus on the way over here. He throws hard, but the Majors did well against him. The last time they faced him, Cleveland Brownlee went deep in the first inning, and I believe they scored another run later on in the 7th or 8th inning. So we will have to see how the Majors fare against a very good starting pitcher.
So they're just finishing up the introductions as well as a few ceremonies down there as well. The Canadian Cancer Society is down on field here with the Welland Jackfish. And we are almost ready as Christian Young is finishing up his warm-up pitches. Dylan, let's take a look at the Jackfish lineup as well. It's a very familiar one, something we've seen a lot of so far this season.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of this, and the lineup stays the same pretty much every time that they come to town or we head over here. Caleb Feuerstake leads things off. He's in right field batting leadoff. Brennan Dadson bats second at first base. Mattingly Romanen catches batting third. Andrew Mercier bats cleanup as the designated hitter. Wilson Soriano, DeAndre Asbury-Heath at 5 and 6. Two very good players. Probably their two best players. Soriano's at short. Asbury-Heath is in center. Nolan Pettipies bats 7th at third base. Von Bryan bats 8th in left field. And Grant Okawa bats 9th at second base. As we mentioned, Christian Young is on the mound.
So that is the starting lineup for the home team here, the Welland Jackfish. They will bat second here. As I mentioned, they're on defense right now. One other game going on in the IBL today. The Brantford Red Sox are on the road to take on the Guelph Royals. That is a 7:30 start at David E. Hastings Stadium in Guelph, so we won't have any updates for you on that game as it will yet to start. A couple games in the MLB as well, Blue Jays and Tigers in action.
Yes, the Blue Jays are taking on the Tigers at 3 o'clock today. Ryan Baraki, I believe it's 3 o'clock. Ryan Baraki gets the start for the Blue Jays. He gets his second start since coming back from the DL, and the Detroit Tigers play tonight in Seattle.
So we will get you updates on the Jays game as soon as it begins. If you are watching both or just watching us here in Welland, it's an absolutely gorgeous day here in the Rose City. The clouds have kind of come over the stadium over the last little bit, Dylan, but it is still a hot one here today. A little bit of a breeze for us up in the press box, but when we were down there on field level for batting practice, it is hot down there.
It is hot down there, and you know what? It's hot up here. We haven't had a breeze in a while. But when it does come around, it is nice. So it is a hot day and a beautiful day for baseball here at Welland Stadium.
So the leadoff man for the Majors, Yuki Yasuda, has stepped up and looks like he's just about ready to get going. The London Majors and the Welland Jackfish here from Welland Stadium in the Rose City. A possible playoff matchup as well, with the Majors coming in with a record of 15 and 17 in the Royals, or the Jackfish, at 17 and 14, the 4 and 5 seeds here in the IBL.
Yeah, the 4 and 5 seeds do match up in the playoffs, so this is a potential playoff matchup, and a few pregame ceremonies have delayed us a little bit.
So we are just set and ready to go here, just past 1:09 in Welland. The Jackfish and the Majors set to go, and Christian Young is on the mound. He's into his delivery. First pitch of the ball game is going to miss for ball one. And it's 1-0.
You know, Yuki Yasuda is such a good hitter at the plate, has a great plate eye. That one just missed the outside corner.
Pitch here. Yasuda hits that one. Center field dropping. It's going to be a leadoff base hit as it takes a high hop. But Asbury-Heath in center will corral it. Yuki Yasuda has a leadoff single here in the top of the first inning.
You know, Noah, you and I were on the field earlier, and we saw that the grass is dead and dry, so there will be a lot of bounces today. It is very short, and that one took a weird hop on Asbury-Heath, but luckily for him, he was able to corral it in time.
Now Carlos Arteaga hitting in that number 2 spot today for the London Majors. Pena hits behind him, and Brownlee has moved into the cleanup spot. Hit that home run yesterday. Long fly ball to deep left center. Young set on the mound. Comes through. Arteaga gets a bunt down. The first base line. Going to be a tough play. The tag. And he gets Arteaga on the tag. Yasuda will move up to 2, so the sacrifice works to perfection.
Yeah, and we saw the Majors attempt to use the sacrifice bunts a couple of times yesterday, and it worked out once, did not work out a second time. So that's something we might see the Majors use a little bit more. We also saw them try a few hit and runs, so the small ball has been used quite a bit recently for the Majors.
Great defense there by Christian Young as well, getting off the mound in a hurry to make the tag on Arteaga for the first out here at the top of the first inning. Will give way to Ismael Pena. The look from Young, and Pena swings. That one's into the glove on a foul tip, and it's quickly 0-1.
Pena just missed that pitch, foul tipped it right into the glove of Mattingly Romanen behind the dish. Usually a very good fastball hitter.
Check once more on Yasuda at 2. Now to the plate. That one fouled off by Pena. Gets over top of the stadium here in Welland, and quickly Ismael Pena finds himself in an 0-2 hole.
Yeah, that's not a spot you want to find yourself against Christian Young because of how good his breaking stuff is and how hard he throws. So interesting to see how Pena attempts to dig himself out of this hole.
Takes a little bit of extra time here before the 0-2 pitch from Young. Pretty good crowd out here at Welland Stadium. Of course, the inaugural season for these Jackfish. Pitch from Young. Pena hits that one on the ground. A nice pickup over there at first. He'll step on one, take it himself. Yasuda moves up to third. So they've got him to third, but now 2 outs here in the top of the first inning.
Yeah, and a good play there by by Brennan Dadson. Over at first base, sliding and getting over to the bag in time to get Izzy Pena. Yuki Yasuda, however, was able to move up to third base. That is the one plus side to that play for the London Majors. So now there's a runner at third for Cleveland.
So now Brownlee will come up to the plate. Homered in the first inning in last night's ball game against the Guelph Royals. Got his hands extended. That's the one thing about Cleveland Brownlee. If you let him get his hands extended, he has a chance to leave the yard. Young set comes to. Brownlee swing and a miss. A big cut there, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, big swing by Brownlee, and you were mentioning it, Noah. If Cleveland can get his hands extended, that ball is usually hit really hard and hit a long way. So if you can avoid allowing Brownlee to get his hands extended, you usually have success against him.
Young set again on the mound here. He's got an 0-1 count on the Majors cleanup hitter. That one just missing low to Brownlee. So the count will even itself up at 1-1. Set again on the mound is Young. Looks and comes to. This one gets to the backstop. It's off quickly. Yuki Yasuda is going to come in to score the first run of the ball game for the Majors.
Great heads-up baseball there by Yuki Yasuda. That one got away from Romanen behind the dish. Looked like it was a little bit high and likely to be ruled a wild pitch. Yuki's able to come around to score. He has a ton of speed over there, so he was able to score pretty easily.
So the count will move to 2-1 here on Cleveland Brownlee. That one, of course, as mentioned, just getting away from Romanen behind the plate. The look here from Young on 2-1. To the plate and swing and a miss from Brownlee. Another big cut there on the fastball.
You know, Cleveland there, he looked like he was a little bit off balance, possibly even a little bit early on that fastball from Christian Young. Had his bat only in his one hand, and he seemed a little off balance there.
Cleveland loves to feast on those pitches out over the plate. That one just a little bit too much out. Here's the 2-2 delivery from Young. That one found straight back from Cleveland. So he'll stay alive, and we'll have to redo the 2-2 pitch here. 2 outs in the inning.
You know, with guys like Cleveland, you can tell that they're right on a ball when they line one straight back at the screen. Cleveland is ready to hit right now.
Crowd trying to get into it here for the Jackfish. The 2-2 pitch here from Young. Off-speed pitch. That one hit hard down the line, but it's a foul ball.
Cleveland seems to be a little bit ahead on Christian Young, possibly not what he was expecting from the Jackfish right-hander. He's been off balance on a pitch, and he's hit that one hard but foul. He yanked that one a little bit.
Brownlee set for another 2-2 pitch here from Young. Looks and comes set. Brownlee hits that one the opposite way. It's foul as it will get out over onto the hill here. So we'll have to redo and wait for another 2-2 pitch. Young set in his windup on the mound. First base side of the rubber comes to. Brownlee hits that one in the air, but it's foul as well. So a good battle going at the plate here for Cleveland Brownlee.
Yeah, he's putting up a good fight against Christian Young. Very tough pitcher, has a good fastball, has good off-speed stuff, but Cleveland's really making him work, fouling everything off.
So we wait once more here for the 2-2 pitch. Young to the plate, off speed. Brownlee hits that one left center field, and this one is going to go. A home run for Cleveland Brownlee here on the top of the first inning. Back-to-back games for him. And for the fourth time in his majors career, he has hit double-digit home runs.
Good to see Cleveland get into double digits there as he drove a laser over the left field fence into the forest back behind Welland Stadium here. An absolute shot for Cleveland. And the Majors extend their lead to 2-0.
They gave it a look in the outfield, but took all of 2 or 3 steps and watched that one fly for Brownlee. He fouled off a number of 2-2 pitches before he got one he liked and drilled it to left center.
That's 2 straight days with a first inning home run for Cleveland. Also the second time he's done that against Christian Young.
At first pitch to Byron Reichstein is inside for ball 1. It's 1-0. As a look, here comes 2. Reichstein hits that one in the air to center, but not deep. Asbury Heath takes a couple steps, comes in, and makes the catch there. So the Majors pick up a couple of big runs here on the top of the first inning into Welland. Yuki Yasuda scores on a ball that gets to the backstop, and then Cleveland Brownlee for the second straight day has hit a home run in the first inning, and the Majors lead the Jackfish by a score of 2-0.
Yeah, good inning there for the London Majors. Yuki Yasuda got things started with a line drive right back up the middle for a base hit, and he scored on the wild pitch, as you mentioned, Noah. And then Cleveland Brownlee went deep, and we talked about it in the earlier going, how they need to score early runs, and that's what they've done here so far.
So you look at it, the line score there. The Majors pick up 2 runs, 2 hits. Yuki Yasuda grabs a leadoff single, scores on the ball that gets to the backstop, and then Cleveland Brownlee with his 10th home run of the season. Majors lead 2-0. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the bottom of the first inning. Welcome back to Welland here between the London Majors and the Welland Jackfish. Bottom of the first inning coming up, and the Majors already staked to an early 2-0 lead, and that's good for that man on the mound out there, Dylan. You haven't even thrown a pitch yet, and you've got yourself a lead.
Yeah, that's something that's very comfortable for a pitcher, knowing that your team got you a lead and you can work with it, especially now that it's 2 runs. You got some room to work if you're Owen Boone, and this guy pitches really well with the lead.
So Pure Steak will lead things off here for the Jackfish, one of my favorite walk-up songs in the Intercounty League. And he is set to cut you down here in the bottom of the first inning.
Very different taste in music, Noah. You and I.
A little bit older than you as well. First pitch here from Boone. That one is across for a strike. It's 0-1. Great job by Boone to get ahead.
Yeah, Owen Boone likes to work the corners on hitters. That one caught the outside corner on fewer stake.
As a look comes too. This one's right across as well. Boone's feeling it already through 2 pitches, 2 straight strikes to start the game.
Yeah, when Owen Boone is on, he is on. He's got a good off speed. He's got a hefty fastball when it's going, and we've seen 2 good pitches so far.
Pitch here from Boone inside. So that one will miss, and it will move the count to 1-2.
That one just missed inside on fewer stake. Had to jump out a little bit.
Boone looks, comes set. That one just missing on 1-2. Although that doesn't phase him on the mound, Dylan. He gets the ball back and he's right ready to go once more.
Yeah, he's one of those pitchers that likes to work quickly, and we saw it with Junior Gambatis yesterday. He liked to work quickly as well, so usually that works out there for on the mound.
2-2 delivery here from Owen Boone to the mound. Swing and a miss. Pure State goes down swinging here to start the bottom of the first inning for the Jackfish, and Boone has his first punch out.
Yeah, good to see that Owen Boone got his first strikeout there, blowing it right by Caleb Feuerstake, feeling the fastball early on. He threw it on every pitch in that AB. Brendan Dadson steps up to the dish. Caleb Feuerstake was down on strikes there, so Owen Boone has it working so far through just one batter.
So now, as mentioned, Brendan Dadson to the plate here for the Jackfish. That one hit on the ground and hard. Yasuda takes a couple hops, and then we'll throw it over to Gormandy, who's in at first base today. And quick 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning for Owen Boone.
Hey, Yuki Yasuda is such a good defender over at second base. Made that play, threw it over to first in time to get him. And why not put Kyle Gormandy back at first after the game that he had yesterday?
He was absolutely ripping the ball yesterday. Played well defensively, and he's back into the game at first base today. Now for the Jackfish, Mattingly Romanen, who will take his swings with a pair of outs already here in the bottom of the second inning. Boone into the delivery from the first base side of the rubber. First pitch is inside. It will miss for ball 1.
We've seen Romanen a couple of times in London behind the dish. We saw Andrew Mercier the last time, but Romanen was there before.
Set to go. Boone. Here's the delivery. This one just missing low. Not a bad location to miss at all, although he does fall behind 2-0 now.
Yeah, and that inside corner seems to be one spot the umpire has not called so far. We saw it on Feuerstake. It was almost strike 3.
Pitch here. That one is across, however, on the 2-0. It's now 2-1. Boone is a lively arm today, it seems.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the majors want to see from him. When he has a lively arm, the majors tend to have success.
The 2-1 pitch here. That one drops in, but it'll just miss here. And he'll fall behind to a count of 3-1 here on Mattingly Romanen. The leg kick here from Boone, strike 2, and that one's going to miss. So it will be a 3-1 ball inside and a walk here with a pair of outs for the Jackfish.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday with Juliandre Higuera on the mound, how you don't want to have 2-out walks, but there was one right there, so Romanen will be able to get to first base, and Andrew Mercier now has a chance to hit.
So Andrew Mercier comes to the plate here with a pair of outs and now a runner on after the 2-out walk. He's the designated hitter in today's ball game. Facing off against Owen Boone, who will now have to work from the stretch for the first time today. First pitch is inside there. Backs Mercier off a tiny bit. It's 1-0.
Andrew Mercier, good hitter. He's DHing today, as you mentioned, Noah, but we've seen him behind the dish. We've seen him at first base. He can play those 2 positions pretty well.
Pitch from Boone. Mercier fouls that one off. So to the backstop it goes. The count moves to 1-1. Mercier this season, Dylan, .280 batting average, 19 RBIs.
Yeah, and he had 5 RBI here last weekend when the Jackfish were at home.
1-1 pitch and the look from Boone. This one's inside as well. It misses and it goes to 2-1.
You know, on that last pitch, we saw Mattingly Roman over at first base jumping a little bit prior to Owen Boone's pitch, and it's possible they might have something going. Maybe just trying to distract the man on the mound.
Another look. Boone hits this one up the middle. Arteaga comes across, and it will be a ground out, scored 6-3. And Owen Boone and the Majors will get out of the bottom of the first inning here in Welland. We're through one complete. The Majors lead this one 2-0. Are you looking for that perfect birthday gift this summer? Then make sure you visit the London Majors team store located under the grandstand at home games or online at londonmajors.com. The Major store has lots of different items including t-shirts, game-used jerseys, hoodies, and Collins Majors socks, compliments of Collins clothiers. The Major store also has multiple different styles of London Majors official New Era caps. So make sure you visit us under the grandstand at home games or online at londonmajors.com. Welcome back here to Welland. We go to the top of the second inning here, and Mike Ambrose will lead things off for the Majors.
Yeah, Mike Ambrose leads things off. He had a couple of base hits yesterday for the Majors. He's behind the dish once again.
First pitch here from Young is right there to Ambrose. It's 0-1. Young comes set. Ambrose hits that one. Dropping into right, and it will drop and get past. Ambrose is going to round and go to 2, and he is going to be into second standing up here. It'll be a hit and an error. Ambrose to reach second.
Yeah, Mike Ambrose continues his string of hits. A good job by him fighting that pitch off and getting it into right field. And he hit it so well that the right fielder had trouble with it over there. And it got past him. Ambrose, great heads up base running, rounding first and getting into second on the play.
So now the Majors will have a leadoff man on and in scoring position here in the top of the second inning. Bring up Cal Gormandy, who, Dylan, you mentioned, is hitting the ball well. Saw it well last night.
Yeah, he sure did. He hit the ball really hard last night.
Couple of hard line drives. Deep flyouts as well. And now he'll face Young. Squares around a bunt and gets it down. Ambrose will get to third here. Gormandy to first, but the throw was in time to get him. So the hottest hitter, well, not necessarily hottest hitter, but it's someone who's swinging the bat well, Dylan. You see him lay down a bunt and just doing anything you can to help the team.
Yeah, no one for this on this Majors roster is an exception to the small ball that Rube Chanadad likes to use to have success in the ball game. Gets that bunt down nicely and is able to advance Mike Ambrose to third base.
So now Ambrose is on third with just one out here. And we'll see the infield for the Jackfish come in to try and cut down the run on anything on the ground in the infield. First pitch here. This one is popped up and out of play. Evan Britt at the plate falls behind 0-1.
Yeah, and you mentioned how the infield is in for the Jackfish, and last thing you want to do right now in the top of the second inning is be down 3 already, so they are trying to cut down Mike Ambrose at home on anything on the ground.
Young comes set on the mound. Looks and comes to swing and a miss from Britt. Looked like he was behind that one, and he falls behind in an 0-2 hole.
Yeah, Britt was well behind that pitch. We'll see if he can catch up here and hopefully drive something.
Now for Young. An 0-2 count here on Evan Britt, looking to get his second out of the inning. Leg kick to the plate. That one right there, but doesn't get the call. So it's a 1-2 count now, Dylan. That pitch looked pretty good.
It did, but Evan Britt doing a good job of not swinging at pitches out of the zone. That one was a little bit up. Even on 0-2, he's being a very patient hitter.
1-2 count now on Evan Britt. Pitch from Young. That one's up high. So now the count moves to even at 2-2.
Good job by Britt working his way back into this count after being down 0-2. The count now at 2-2.
Jackfish infield continues to be drawn in here on the 2-2 count. The look, leg kick, off-speed pitch, and an ugly swing there. A punch out here for the second out of the top of the second inning.
Yeah, and I don't think, and this might be just me, but it didn't look like Evan Britt was expecting an off-speed pitch there. He was looking for a fastball, didn't get it, and was a little bit surprised by how much that off-speed pitch moved, and not a great swing, as you mentioned, Noah.
So now the Majors will have to try to bring in a run with a pair of outs on the board here in the top of the second inning. First pitch here from Young is up high for ball one.
With 2 outs, the infield has moved back. They can just get an out at first now, and the run doesn't score.
Pitch here, that one's outside as well. So the first 2 pitches of the at-bat now missing, and it's a 2-0 count. Rangers trying to put across another run here in the top of the second inning. The 2-0 delivery to the plate. That one's hit on the ground, but foul towards the Majors dugout here on the first base side.
Yeah, Miles seemed ready for that fastball there. Just missed it a little bit, got on top of it, and chopped it towards that Majors dugout. Hopefully he can straighten things out and hopefully drive home Mike Ambrose.
So the count will move to 2-1 now. Chance and right there, swing and a miss. Ambrose thought about it, but it didn't get quite enough away. And the count is even at 2.
Yeah, Miles Miller swung at that pitch outside of the zone, and it just got away from Madeline Romanen behind the dish. And Ambrose thought about it, but then held back, knowing that he wasn't going to get there. So smart play over there by Mike Ambrose.
Two balls and 2 strikes here on Miles Miller. Miller slightly crouched in the left-handed box. Pitch. That one hit on the ground is short. Miller can run. You're going to have to come up with a strong throw across the diamond in time. So the Majors will squander an opportunity here in the top of the second inning. They got the leadoff man on second with a base hit and an error, but they'll be unable to get him across to score.
Yeah, and the Majors almost got Mike Ambrose home after the Kyle Gormady sacrifice bunt, but he was stranded over at third base, and with Wilson Soriano over at short has a great arm, he was able to get Miles.
So we take a quick break here in between the top and bottom of the second inning. Majors continue to lead by a score of 2-0. Welcome back here to Welland Stadium in Welland as the London Majors and the Jackfish go head-to-head on this gorgeous Saturday, Dylan. Owen Boone back on the mound. Of course he is for the Majors. Had a good first inning, and we'll look to replicate that here in the second as well.
Yeah, Owen Boone had a good first inning. Just that one walk was his only base runner in that inning. Now he's got to face 5, 6, and 7, but they're no slouches at 5, 6, and 7. Wilson Soriano, who's atop the team in home runs and RBI. DeAndre Asbury-Heath right behind him. And Nolan Pettipies, who is one of the better average hitters in this Welland Jackfish lineup. So he's still going to have to work hard in this second inning as the Jackfish have good bats all throughout their order.
So Soriano will lead things off here for Welland in the bottom of the second inning. Owen Boone on the mound on that first base side in his full windup. The leg kick and gets set to come here. First pitch, that one's hit right center field. It's in the gap there. Reichstein will cut it off. Soriano is going to round and go to 2. The throw is offline. So the speed and aggressiveness of Soriano pays off, and he's on with a leadoff double here in the bottom of 2.
Yeah, and Wilson Soriano being very aggressive with the arm that Byron Reichstein has out in right field. Unfortunately for the Majors, that throw was not on line. Good job by Owen Boone backing it up, because that could have caused some trouble if Soriano decided to be aggressive and try to get to third if Britt had to go get that ball. So good covering by Owen Boone there, and very aggressive base running by Wilson Soriano.
So Ambrose will go out and chat with Boone after the lead-off double. That's a good example, Dylan, of a player changing a game right there, because I would say probably around 90, maybe even a higher percentage of players in this league, that's a leadoff base hit. But Soriano turns that into a leadoff double, and now he's in scoring position.
Yeah, he's for sure an impact player for these Welland Jackfish, and right there we saw why he's very aggressive on the base paths, and he earned himself that double.
First pitch here as Asbury-Heath takes that one for a strike. It's quickly 0-1.
I think Asbury-Heath went after that pitch, looked a little bit high, but the home plate umpire saying he went after it with the bat.
Boone working from the stretch after the leadoff double against DeAndre Asbury-Heath here for the Jackfish. Off-speed pitch, that one drops in, but stays inside, so it's even at 1-1.
DeAndre Asbury-Heath didn't square around there. It's possible that he did it on the first pitch just to draw the corners in. Kyle Gormady was creeping on that last pitch, but he did not square around, so maybe he's swinging away.
It's a 1-1 count here on the Jackfish center fielder. Pitch from Boone is right there, possibly guessing wrong on the fastball. It's 1-2.
Yeah, that pitch looked like it got the inside corner on DeAndre, but he didn't like the call. Nonetheless, the count is 1-2 strikes.
Asbury-Heath had a home run in the Majors' first visit to Welland here, their home opener to christen Welland Stadium. Not a huge power bat, though, for the Jackfish. Can leave the yard.
Yeah, on occasion, Asbury-Heath will leave the yard, but he's more of an RBI guy, drives balls into gaps, more of a gap-to-gap guy.
There's a 1-2 count here for Boone, who finally gets a sign he likes from Ambrose. 2-2, the delivery to the plate here. Off speed, that one drops, but doesn't get the call on a pitch that looked pretty good. It's 2-2.
Yeah, that pitch looked real good from Owen Boone, and Mike Ambrose thought he had strike 3. He held it there just in case the umpire wanted to make a late call, but he did not, and now the count is 2-2 strikes. A little bit better for Asbury-Heath, but he still has 2 strikes on him.
So 2-2, Boone will have to come up with another big pitch here. This one is fouled off by Asbury-Heath, who loses his helmet in the process.
Yeah, and that was a huge swing from DeAndre Asbury-Heath, and we're seeing that more and more now that guys are taking huge swings, and if they hit it a long way, but if they miss it because a strikeout is not as big of a deal anymore. So Asbury-Heath took a huge cut there, and the helmet just went flying.
We have to redo the 2-2 pitch once more. The look from Boone to 2, and then he comes right. Asbury-Heath, who hits one down the line, but it will hook foul. Another hard hit ball.
Asbury-Heath looked like he was quite a bit ahead, actually, of that pitch. Hit it hard on a line into left field, but it was in foul territory. So he's ahead of that one. He's going to have to wait on the next pitch from Owen Boone. If it is an off speed, if it is a fastball, though, you got to catch up.
A good average hitter Got a piece on deck here for the Jackfish. Soriano continues to stand on second. Pitch here from Boone. That one just inside. So they continue to try and find that inside edge, but they're unable to find it, and it moves to a full count now at 3-2.
Yeah, they keep pounding DeAndre Asbury-Heath inside, but they cannot seem to find that corner. They found it once for strike 2 in the at-bat, but have not found it since. Count is now at 3-2. You don't want to lose them.
We'll see if they decide to come right at Asbury-Heath here on a full count. Soriano's off on the pitch, swing and a miss. Throw from Ambrose down to third is not in time. So time called to strike it out, throw it out there. The Majors grabbing it, but Soriano moves up to third on the play.
Yeah, and a good swing there, or good pitch there from Owen Boone, getting the swing from DeAndre Asbury-Heath. Took a big cut at that one on the fastball. Possibly hit and run, I doubt it, though I think Asbury-Heath went after that pitch that was high. Wilson Soriano leads the IBL in stolen bases, so he gets another one there to help his team. Now he's only 90 feet away, and he seems like he got something in his eye, quite possibly, on his dive into third base. So they're taking a little bit of time on the field.
The coaching and training staff now out for the Jackfish to check on Soriano. You mentioned Dylan, top the IBL in stolen bases. He knows how to do it and steals one there, puts himself with the base hit, turns it into a double, and then steals third to single-handedly put himself into scoring position.
Yeah, and that shows you how much of an impact player Wilson Soriano really is. He got himself to second base, and then he stole third base. He's an aggressive base runner, a fast guy, too. He can impact his team in so many ways.
And a sign if you've ever seen one of playoff baseball implications here, Dylan. We're in the second inning, and we've now seen the infield drawn in twice, one on each side, as the Majors bring the infield in here with an out and a runner on third. Pettipies hits that one in the air. Foul territory. They're just going to let it drop. Might imagine, it does drop. Although Reichstein went after it. It's 0-1.
Yeah, you can hear that one tip off of Byron's glove out in foul territory in right field. He made quite the effort to go and get that ball. With only one out, Soriano could have easily tagged up from third and scored. Luckily, that ball did drop in foul. Soriano stays at third, and it's an 0-1 count.
A lot of times on that play, Dylan, you'll see the outfielder in foul territory. I think Reichstein could have caught that ball, but I think he knows to leave that ball because Soriano will tag and would likely have scored on that for sure. That one will miss here from Owen Boone. The count evens up at 1-1.
Yeah, going back to that last pitch, Soriano would have likely scored because Byron's going hard towards the bullpens and towards the fence. It's tough for him to turn himself around and make a strong throw.
Boone's delivery, that one drops in, but they don't get the call. It's a location that Boone has worked on perfecting all season long, and it looks like he's just missing it by a matter of inches. Set to the plate here. That one off speed, hit on the ground. Gormady picks it up. He drops it, though, so he's going to have to pick it up and step on one. It is ruled a fair ball, but a run will come across the score here for the Jackfish.
So we saw there that the infield was drawn in, but Kyle Gormady just dropped the ball over at first base. Luckily, he was able to recover quickly enough to get Pettipies running to first for the second out. So the Majors' lead is cut to 1, but they do have 2 outs here.
Now Von Bryan to the plate here for the Jackfish. Boone comes at that one, hit in the air, right center. It's going to drop for a base hit as Reichstein picks it up, and it's going to be a 2-out base hit here for Bryan.
Yeah, right there, Von Bryan was just able to fight that pitch off from Owen Boone. A very hard pitch that he had to drive the other way. Might have been a little bit late on that one, but he did have to fight it off, and he just dropped it in front of Byron in right field. So the Jackfish have a 2-out base runner.
2-out base runner here for the Jackfish, who have already pushed a run across here in the bottom of the second inning and cut the deficit to 2-1. Not a huge lead at first by Bryan. Boone looks, comes to the plate here. That one's hit, but foul, out of play down the right field line.
Nice play made out there by a fan on the hills. He came running down hard and ended up slipping and falling after he caught that ball.
As mentioned, a good crowd here in Welland. A number of Majors fans as well making the trip down to Welland on this Saturday. That pitch is across for a strike there, so Boone is able to get ahead here 0-2.
With an 0-2 count on Okawa, it'll be interesting to see how they attack him here, because he has been late on the fastball and there was a called strike 2 on a fastball. Do they come with it a third time? We saw that Higuera did that yesterday.
Runners off on the pitch. Throw down from Ambrose won't be in time, so another stolen base there for the Welland Jackfish, who are being aggressive today. The pitch did miss, so the count moves to 1-2.
Yeah, and the Jackfish are being very aggressive. They are starting their playoff baseball early with some small balls and quite a few stolen bases here for them, and we saw Asbury Heath square around. The Jackfish need to win this game. They want to better their seeding in the playoffs.
A 1-2 count here on Okawa. Pitch from Boone. That one's hit on the ground. Gormady at first, slides, makes the grab, takes it himself to one in time. So a nice play there by Kyle Gormady at first base to get Okawa grounding out there to end the bottom of the second inning. We will go to the third here in Welland. The Majors continue to lead by a score of 2-1.
Chances are, if you've been out to a London Majors game this season, then you've noticed all the advertisements around the field. If you're wondering how you can get your business involved, then reach out to us and we can put you in touch with Angela at angela@londonmajors.com. We can help you find innovative ways to help your business grow with the London Majors.
Welcome back to Welland here, as the London Majors will send Yuki Suda back to the plate here. They've turned things over now, top of the order, to lead things off. Yasuda had a base hit his first time up, and will now face off against Christian Young for the second time tonight. Into his windup. First pitch to Yasuda's there for a strike. It's 0-1.
Yeah, Yuki was ready to hit in that last at-bat, took one ball and then lined one straight back up the middle. We'll see if he does the same here.
Pitch here. Yasuda takes that one outside. So the count moves to even now at 1-1.
You know, Yasuda's an aggressive bat, but he's not too aggressive. Has a good plate eye.
That off-speed pitch up high. Tight zone today, it seems. It's 2-1.
Yeah, it's 2 consecutive nights with tight zones that we've seen for the London Majors, and hopefully we don't see that tomorrow in Hamilton.
Yasuda hits this one in the air to center. Asbury Heath underneath it makes the grab for the first out here at the top of the third inning, as Yasuda is retired on the flyout.
Hey, Yasuda hit that one pretty high again. I was wondering, maybe we see number 2, but it didn't have the distance on it, and Asbury Heath was able to camp under it for the first out of the inning, and Carlos Artiega steps up. He had the sac bunt in his first time up.
Yasuda seems to be at least putting good swings on the ball. I'm not saying that he hasn't since he came to the majors. He's been doing a fantastic job, but Dylan, over the past few games, hitting the balls harder, at least it seems.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and we saw it yesterday with the home run.
First pitch to Artiega. That one is across for a strike. It's on the outer edge. It dropped in, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, that one just caught the outer edge of the plate. Didn't look like it from up here, but down there they have a better view.
Pitch here to Artiega on 0-1, misses on the fastball. It's 1-1. Yasuda had the home run last night, his first as a major, first of the season. Pitch from Arteaga swung on and missed, and moves the count to 1-2 now. Yasuda also had a hit that he hit off the top of the fence in left field in Brantford when they were on the road. So over the last probably 4 or 5 games, I'd say he's hitting the ball a lot harder. Pitch to Arteaga's hit on the ground to second. A couple hops. Throw over in time to get Arteaga coming down the line, and quickly 2 outs here in the top of the third.
Yeah, Carlos hit that one on the ground reasonably hard over to the second baseman, Grant Okawa, and it took a few strange hops on him, but he was able to get in front of it and make a strong throw to first base for the second out of the inning. Izzy Pena steps up. He grounded out to the first baseman in his first trip to the plate. He'll be looking to do something a little bit better here.
So Pena, who grounded out, moved the runner over in the first inning, will now get a chance as that one's to the backstop. And it's 1-0 quickly here.
Hard fastball there. Looked like it just kind of slipped out of the hands of Christian Young as it went straight to the backstop.
1-0 here. Young's delivery as Pena hits that one in the air. Right field, carrying a bit at the track, looking, gone. Pena hits one out of here, and the Majors will tack on to their lead.
So Izzy Pena goes deep, his first home run since, I believe he hit one in Toronto, I'm not too sure. But he hits another home run here. He was in a home run slump, but then broke it off against the Maple Leafs at Christie Pitts and hits another one at Welland Stadium. And it looks like the wind is certainly helping the Majors here. 2 home runs so far.
Yeah, you take a look there, if you can see on the camera, just to the right of the center field wall, there is a line of flags all blowing out to right center field. Pena hit that one, and Dylan, at least to me, it looked off the bat that it wasn't going to have enough, but it just kept carrying and left the yard. Majors up 3-1 now. Brownlee hits that one in the air, left center field. That ball is gone. Second of the game for Cleveland, and it's 4-1.
Back-to-back jacks on back-to-back pitches. Cleveland wasted no time in going deep there to left center field. And another shot for Cleveland, a multi-home run game. He is at 11 total this season for the Majors.
An absolutely fantastic season for Cleveland. Brownlee in the power department continues. His 11th here and his second of the day. Third in 2 days here. He has given the Majors a 4-1 lead.
Yeah, that's Cleveland's third home run against Christian Young, and if these two teams match up in the playoffs, you don't want to see a Christian Young against Cleveland Brownlee matchup if you're the Welland Jackfish.
Young was throwing the ball well. Got his first 2 outs of the inning rather quickly before we got to the heart of the order here. That one to Reichstein is across for a strike. It's 0-1. The Majors have hit back-to-back home runs now. The look as Reichstein swings and misses there and falls behind 0-2.
He had a wave at that breaking pitch there. Christian Young had him off balance. So a good mix of pitches that we've seen so far from the Jackfish starter.
0-2 delivery here to Reichstein, who rifles that one right back up the middle. 3 straight hits here with 2 out for the Majors as Reichstein finds himself on an 0-2 pitch. He takes up the middle.
Yeah, great job by Byron Reichstein there, staying on that pitch and hitting a laser right back up the middle for a base hit. So the Majors are pressing with 2 outs. Yuki Yasuda flew out, Carlos Arteaga grounded out, but then Izzy Pena went deep, Cleveland Brownlee went deep, and Byron hits a laser right back up the middle. So the Majors having a bit of a 2-out rally right now.
Now Mike Ambrose will come to the plate here, batting for the second time tonight, or this afternoon, I should say.
Ambrose singled in his first trip to the plate. He'll be looking to get on base once again.
The look, and Young comes on a breaking pitch that dropped, but not quite enough, and it's 1-0.
Good job by Amby there, staying with that pitch, making sure that he did not go after a pitch out of the zone. A good breaking ball, however, by Christian Young.
Reichstein on 1. The off-speed pitch inside and hits Ambrose. So he'll head down to first, and all this with 2 outs, keep in mind, Dylan.
Yeah, and this can certainly rattle a pitcher because you're 1 out away from getting out of this inning, and, he's struggled quite a bit. He allowed Pena to go deep to right field, and Brownlee went deep to left center yet again, and Byron got a base hit, and now he hits Mike Ambrose, so he's clearly rattled out there on the mound, and he's struggling with command.
And you can't really blame him after the onslaught of hits here with 2 outs in the top of the 3rd inning for the Majors, who now lead this game by a score of 4-1. Quick mound visit out there as well.
Right now, I think that the pitching coach is just out there to talk to Christian Young, calm him down a little bit. Interesting to see how he attacks Kyle Gormandy, whether the command is still off or whether he focuses in and throws a couple of strikes. We see a few arms stretching out in that Jackfish pen, but Kyle Gormandy walks up to the dish. He sack bunted in his first trip to the plate, so hopefully he can drive something into the outfield and drive home Byron.
And interesting as well, Dylan was talking to manager Rube Trinidad on the bus on the way up here. Mentioned, oh boy, do we hit a lot of solo home runs. Not a lot of these long balls come with runners in scoring position or runners on base at all. And it shows today as well. Another 3 home runs, all of them solo. Young comes to the plate here. It's outside to Gormandy. The count moves to 1-0.
Hey, you don't want to hit solo home runs as much as you do with guys on, as much as you do with home runs with guys on base. But you know what? You hit 3 solo home runs. That's 3 runs. It's pretty good for you.
The only downfall really being is it doesn't put runs on the board as quickly. I mean, you look at the Majors right now. You see they got 3 home runs in the first 3 innings, and you think the game might be a little bit more out of hand. But it's only a 4-1 game. That one hit on the ground. It's going to be in the hole. Gormandy is going to have a single. And a score is going to be Byron Reichstein, who will come. Ambrose will move up to 3rd. It's now 5-1 for the Majors.
Kyle Gormandy stays hot, hitting another hard ground ball through the left side, and Wilson Soriano was shaded up the middle with the lefty Gormandy at the plate. He was playing him to pull, and he went the other way, narrowly missing Byron's feet, getting into the outfield, and Byron came around to score. Amby moved up to 3rd base, so the Majors have guys at the corners and now lead at 5-1.
Still runners on the corners here for Evan Britt with 2 outs in the inning. He'd love to keep the inning going, whether it's via walk, just finding his way on bag, or a hit. First pitch is going to miss here. So Young falls behind 1-0.
If you do recall, Evan Britt missed a breaking ball to strike out in his last at-bat, so he'll be looking to bounce back and hopefully drive home a run here.
Young checks on his runners on the corners here. Now comes that. Britt hits that one, but fouls it off his own foot. So he'll take a quick walk around the batter's circle there before coming back for the 1-1 pitch.
Yeah, and Britt hit that one pretty hard, actually, but right into his foot. So he's going to look to straighten something out here, not spike it into his foot, and drive it into the outfield. You see Mike Ambrose there talking to his hitter and hopefully helping him out with how to approach Christian Young, sorry.
It's a 1-1 count here to Evan Britt, who's got a pair of runners on. 2 outs here. Top of the 3rd inning. That pitch looked like it was right there. Doesn't get the call. And it moves to 2-1. Dylan, I don't know where that pitch, Mitch. It looks pretty good from up here.
Yeah, and a lot of pitches have looked pretty good from up here, and it's been inconsistent on both sides. Usually the inside on the righties has not been called, but that pitch looked like it was a strike.
That pitch inside to Britt. So it looks like Young struggling with command, but awfully tough when you're struggling with command and then you make a pitch that you think's right there and don't get the call.
Yeah, and interesting to see if Britt holds back on this pitch. Maybe Young yanks it a little bit because he's frustrated.
Pitch here. That one is a strike, though. It gets away as it hit off the glove of Romanin, but unable to go anywhere. At 3rd was Ambrose, and at first Gormandy. So it will be a full count pitch with 2 outs now.
We saw it yesterday. Oftentimes when a catcher doesn't catch the ball, he won't get the strike call. He did there, and it's a full count now on Evan Britt.
Looked like he was taking all the way. See Gormandy likely go off on the pitch. That one's fouled off and will get out of play by Britt. On top of the roof here at Welland Stadium, we'll have to redo the 3-2.
With a good battle at the plate, certainly working Christian Young. 5 pitches on the full count and then a foul ball. So 6 pitches thrown, a long inning for the man on the mound, and a long inning for Owen Boone sitting on the bench.
Set once more on the mound is Christian Young. Comes set, now comes to the plate. That pitch up high, and it will be a full count walk to Evan Britt to load the bases here with 2 outs.
That's not the worst thing that could have happened to Christian Young, but it's certainly one of the last things he would have wanted. The bases are now loaded for Miles Miller, who comes in to this at-bat 0 for 1 with a ground out too short in his last trip to the plate. He did some damage against Barrie with runners or with the bases loaded. We'll see if he can replicate that here.
So Dylan, keep in mind all this with 2 out. An Ismail Pena home run, a Cleveland Brownlee home run. Byron Reichstein gets on base with a single. Young set comes to. That one hit on the ground, but foul, barely. So Reichstein gets on with a single. Ambrose gets on via hit by pitch. Gormandy picks up a single. And now a walk to Evan Britt. All that with 2 outs in the inning.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Christian Young was not able to finish off the majors, or has not been so far in this inning, and they've scored 3 runs because of it. And it started with Pena, possibly a bit of frustration for Christian Young, left a fastball over the plate, and Cleveland drove it. And ever since, the majors have just been stacking up hits.
First pitch, or pardon me, though, 0-1 is going to miss outside. Evens the count at 1-1.
Young is really struggling right now to find the strike zone. It is a very tight zone today, but he's missing quite a bit.
Another even count here. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss from Biller, who was out in front of that off-speed pitch, and it moves it to a 1-2 count here as Young will look to try and work out of the third.
Yeah, it looked like Young took a little bit off of that pitch, and Miles was sitting fastball, and he missed that one. Count is 1-2. Don't want to leave the bases loaded.
I'd hate to leave all those runners on base here. Another 1-2 pitch. This one, Young comes to the plate. This one hit on the ground over to first. Pitcher Young covering over to first in time as he steps on the bag. So Miller grounds out, but the threat is ended here, but not before the majors will pick up a few more runs. Ismail Pena goes deep, another home run for him, and Cleveland Brownlee picks up his 2nd home run of the game, 3rd in 2 days, and he is hitting the ball well right now.
Yes, he is. He has been really hot. A shame the majors left the bases loaded there, but all 9 batters in the lineup came to hit. Yuki Yasuda and Carlos Artiega were the first 2 outs leading off the inning, and then 2 home runs and a bunch of hits, leaving the bases loaded, unfortunately, but the majors get 3, and they lead it 5-1.
We will take a quick break here. The majors out in front 5-1 here in the middle of the 3rd inning against the Welland Jackfish. Welcome back here to Welland, bottom of the 3rd inning. And the Majors lead 5-1. Noah Smith and Dylan Baker on the call on the road today. It is our first time on the road together, Dylan, and we are being treated to a good game by the Majors so far.
Yeah, we are. I was on the road for one game alone. It's our first time together, and maybe we should do this more often as the Majors are up 5-1 right now in the bottom of the third inning. It's been a great ball game. Owen Boone has been good through 2 innings, and the offense has been clicking. It's been great here in Welland.
Of course, the fantastic facilities for us here with the Jackfish hosting us. That one is across for a strike. It's 0-1. That pitch is going to miss outside and even the count up at 1-1.
Caleb Feuerstake was Owen Boone's first strikeout victim, first of 2 so far in the ball game today.
That pitch missing from Owen Boone and moves the count to 2-1. Dylan, we talk about on the road sometimes ballparks that players like to come and visit. This one in Welland is one that players do enjoy coming to visit. Of course, we mentioned the rivalry between the Majors and the Jackfish, as that one is across for a strike to even it up at 2-2. It's a fan-friendly ballpark as well.
Yeah, it sure is. You got the hills on the side. You got a nice outfield view. You have great bleachers, great food here, and it's a great ballpark.
Swing and a miss there into the glove on the foul tip, and it's a strikeout for Owen Boone here. 1 out to start the bottom of the third inning.
Yeah, and you touched on it a little bit, how these two teams have a rivalry, as that's Owen Boone's second strikeout of the game against Caleb Feuerstake, third total. The Jackfish have been to Labatt Park 3 times since we were last here in Welland, so it's been a while and a lot has happened. Now these two teams play here with a bit of a rivalry.
A rivalry and playoff implications on the line. Boone's first pitch is outside here, so it moves the count to 1-0.
The best games are rivalry games with playoff implications. Those are always fun.
Boone's delivery, that one catches the outer edge for a strike and evens the count up at 1-1. The fans, a couple players, and even us up here, Dylan, still don't exactly know where the strike zone is. We know it's small.
As well.
That pitch fouled off at the plate. So the count moves to 1-2 now. The breeze continues to blow. We're getting it up here in the press box despite the fact that it's blowing away from us out towards right center field.
Yeah, we are. It's a nice breeze for us, and the ball is going to carry, so try to keep everything on the ground if you're Owen Boone and if you're Christian Young.
That one's going to be fouled off. Get out of play into the parking lot here at Welland Stadium. We'll redo the 1-2 pitch with the Jackfish looking to try and get back into the ball game here. We're already 1 out in the bottom of the third inning.
Not your ideal start after you give up 3.
That pitch up high on 1-2, and it evens it up at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
You know, Owen Boone has thrown quite a few pitches here in this one so far. He's had 3 full counts against these Jackfish hitters through 2 1/3 innings of work, so we'll see if he can slow them down.
Boone to the plate here. That one just missing out. It's the pitches off the edge of the plate, Dylan, that I think are seeming to be called and not called, and a little bit inconsistently as well.
Yeah, they have been pitches that have just missed the strike zone. On the outside corner to lefties, inside to righties have not been called, but that's inconsistent, as you mentioned, because sometimes it's the opposite.
Pitch here, swing, miss, and a strikeout there for Boone. Blows the fastball right by him here for the second out of the bottom of the third.
So the first 2 outs are strikeouts. Boone has 4 total on the game, and he's got a bit of swagger out there on the mound. He has struck out the last 2 and has only allowed 1 through 2 2/3 innings. He's been a great sight so far in this one.
And you mentioned this carrying over. We talked about it in the pregame show. Owen Boone had a fantastic start his last time out in Kitchener. This is kind of carrying over, it seems, for him right now. He just seems to be feeling the ball a lot better lately.
Yeah, it does seem that way. He seems to be really finding his stuff.
That first pitch is across for a strike as well, 0-1. As Owen Boone gets ahead, he's got 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning.
You know, if you do remember, there was quite a long period of time where Boone did not start, so possibly he's just finding his stuff again now.
That off-speed pitch is going to miss on the 0-1 and move the count to even at ones now. Chatter amongst the fans in the stands here, being treated to a good ball game here on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Pitch from Boone is fouled straight back over top of us here in the press box and moves the count to 1-2.
We talked about how many Majors fans are in attendance. We can see some from up here, and we know that Scott Dart, team co-owner, is here as well. So we welcome all the Majors fans in Welland. Great to see that they are coming up here to support the team.
It's a 1-2 count here for Owen Boone. Ambrose setting up way outside. That pitch hit on the ground. It's right back up the middle. Arteaga gives it a run, but it's going to fall into center field on a couple hops. Getting past Boone, Arteaga, and Yuki Yasuda over at second base. And it's a 2-out base hit here.
Yeah, and I think that Owen Boone executed his pitch. It wasn't hit too hard, but then it hit off the mound and took a strange hop. Arteaga had to range a long way to try and make that play, and he just couldn't make it. So Mattingly Roman is on base, and Andrew Mercier, who grounded out to Carlos Arteaga in his first at-bat, has another chance to hit.
So Mercier to the plate with a pair of outs and now a base runner on here for the Jackfish, who are looking to try and have a little 2-out magic of their own in the bottom of the third inning. That one's a swing and a miss on a pitch very inside. And it's 0-1.
Yeah, Mercier was hoping to turn on that pitch and use the wind to drive it out to right or right center field, but he was unable to do so there.
Boone comes right at Mercier, hits that one off the end of his bat. Britt unable to find it over there and makes the grab. Looked like he lost it at first there, but Evan Britt will make the catch, and the Majors will escape here in the bottom of the third inning. The Jackfish do pick up a base hit and a base runner, but that's all they'll get. We will go to the fourth. We're through 3 complete here in Welland, and the Majors continue to lead by a score of 5-1.
Are you looking for that perfect birthday gift this summer? Then make sure you visit the London Majors team store located under the grandstand at home games or online at londonmajors.com. The Major store has lots of different items including t-shirts, game-used jerseys, hoodies, and Collins Majors socks, compliments of Collins clothiers. The Major store also has multiple different styles of London Majors official New Era caps. So make sure you visit us under the grandstand at home games or online at londonmajors.com.
Welcome back to Majors TV coverage of London Majors 2019 season. Here we are in Welland this afternoon. The Majors out in front to an early 5-1 lead after they picked up a few more runs in the top of the third inning. We're going now to the top of the fourth, and it will be the top of the order due up for the Majors.
Yeah, and we saw the top of the order lead things off for the Majors in the third. They will lead off again here in the fourth, and hopefully we can get something going yet again for the Majors. Yuki Yasuda flew out to the center fielder his last time up.
So Yuki Yasuda to lead things off, the top of the order for the Majors in the top of the fourth inning. Yasuda already into his third at-bat of the game. First pitch here from Young, who's still out on the mound, will miss outside. Moves the count to 1-0.
Yuki, a very patient bat at the plate, but he does like to swing the bat, does not swing at anything out of the zone.
He squares around on that one, but pulls back. It's a strike anyways. And it moves the count to even at 1-1. Yasuda has been hitting the ball hard lately. He's already got a base hit in today's ball game, scored a run. And 1-1 deliveries on the outer edge and called a strike to put it at 1-2.
Interesting to see Yuki's two-strike approach. Usually a pretty good two-strike hitter, whether he'll get on base and start a rally for the majors or whether he will not.
That one is in the dirt and outside. So the count moves to 2-2 now on Yasuda. That one misses as well, and it's now going to be a full count to the majors' leadoff man.
Yasuda does a great job of working the count, and the majors are doing that against Christian Young right now.
Yasuda hits that one in the air. Left field is going to drop for a base hit as it takes a couple funny hops. And Yuki Yasuda's got another base hit tonight, this one to lead off the fourth.
You know, his two base hits have been crisp base hits. Line drives into the outfield, one in front of DeAndre Asbury-Heath and one in front of Von Bryan out in left field. So Yuki's done a great job of getting on that pitch and lining it hard into the outfield for 2 hits in 3 at-bats.
So Carlos Arteaga will bat with Yuki Yasuda on first base with the leadoff base hit. Carlos will look to try and extend his good day at the plate. Pitch is in the dirt. Yasuda's off, and he's going to be in sliding, although he didn't have to. And into second base, a stolen base.
Yuki has yet another stolen base here for the majors. He's done a great job of stealing bags so far this season for them. Ever since he's come over, he's done a great job with his speed.
Majors not a team that really steals a whole lot of bases, Dylan. And since Yuki Yasuda's come on, he's really brought that aspect of the game to this London Majors team. Pitch here as Arteaga squares up, pulls back. It's a strike anyways, 1-1.
And as you mentioned, these guys don't really steal a lot of bases. Carlos Arteaga, Miles Miller, and Yuki Yasuda probably the fastest guys the majors have in their lineup. But Yuki, ever since he's come over, he's brought that speed element to the majors lineup, which they certainly need.
Pitch now to Arteaga. Young has a look, squares around again, pulls back, and this one will miss. So I believe the count moves to 2-1 here.
You know, oftentimes we'll see that Carlos squares around on the first pitch and pulls back just to see that first pitch, but he squared around on 3 of them so far. He's clearly looking to hopefully lay a bunt down.
Jackfish infielders know that as well. Playing even at the bag at third is Pettipiece, and Datsun in at first. Look as Arteaga squares around again, gets that one down. It's a good bunt. Romanen from behind the bag. He throws it away at first. Arteaga's going to go down, and this one's going to roll all the way to the corner. Arteaga's going to round 2 and go to third. Yasuda's already in to score. Arteaga's going to be waved all the way from third base. It's bobbled at first at Datsun, and here comes Arteaga. He scores all the way on a bunt.
Wow, a sacrifice bunt. Home run, I guess you can call it, as Carlos Arteaga laid down a beautiful sac bunt there. Mattingly Romanen behind the dish, threw it to first, airmailed Brandon Dadson. That one rolled all the way into the right field corner in foul territory, and by then you knew Carlos was going to get to third, and then as they were getting the ball in, Grant Okawa bobbled it in the outfield on the relay home, and Carlos was safe at the plate with a bunt home run.
Lost my breath a little bit on that one, Dylan. Ismael Pena up to bat now, takes that first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The throw thrown down the line. It got all the way into the corner in right field, allowing Arteaga to come all the way around to score, and he was out of breath by the time he got home. Here's the 1-0 delivery to Pena. Swing and a miss there. Evens up at 1-1.
Yeah, Carlos was out of breath. You were out of breath. Everybody's out of breath after that play, and I'm sure the right fielder Caleb Feuerstake was as well. Long ways to run and a lot of talking.
The 1-1 delivery here to Pena, who takes that one outside. It's 2-1. And Feuerstake came to try and cut that ball off, Dylan, and it came across. And I think we mentioned the hard grass out there. It just kept rolling right past him. Here's the pitch to Pena. That one misses as well and moves the count to 3-1.
Yeah, and that hard grass certainly helped the Majors there as it kept bouncing and rolling all the way into the corner. And by that time, it was too late for Caleb Furestake, and it was bobbled on the throw-in home.
Pitch now as Pena fouls off the 3-1 pitch. Over into the tree on the grass berm on the third base side. It'll be a full count now to Ismail Pena, who his last time up sent one over the wall in right field to start that 2-out rally for the Majors. Pitch as Pena hits this one the opposite way, down the line, running it down, and a nice grab out there in left field by Brian. And they pick up the first out here of the inning.
Yeah, great job there by Von Bryan, such a great defensive outfielder. He used his speed very well. Tracked that ball down almost by the foul pole out in left field. Had to run a long way, but he got there. That brings up Cleveland.
So we'd have to go back and check some record books, Dylan, to see if we could ever find a time a Major hit 3 home runs in a game. Cleveland's got some chances to do that tonight. And you know Cleveland, like I know Cleveland. You've talked to him all year long and for a few years now. You know he's swinging for the fences. You know he's trying to go for it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's always swinging for the fences, and he will certainly be looking to hit 3 home runs here. He's got plenty of at-bats to do so, as it's only the 4th inning.
Cleveland will probably have at least another 2 or 3 at-bats today to try and do so. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air, left center field, but it's not deep. Asbury Heath in a couple of steps makes the grab. And Cleveland Brownlee is retired on a line out for the second out in the inning. His first time being retired tonight.
Yeah, and even when Cleveland's out, he's still hitting the ball hard. That's how hot he's been lately. He hit a line drive to center field, and Asbury Heath was able to track it down. Did not have the same height or distance that his last two have had, but he still hit that ball hard, and unfortunately, it's the second out of the inning.
Pitch now to Reichstein. Will miss for ball 1. Reichstein had a base hit his last time up, a part of that 2-out rally. Pena and Brownlee hit home runs, and Reichstein hit a base hit as he fouls that one off as well. And it evens it up at 1-1.
And there's action now in the Jackfish bullpen. We're not too sure who quite yet, but there is action down there.
1-1 delivery is outside here as Reichstein takes that one. And it moves it to a 2-1 count.
Byron, a very patient bat at the plate, does not get cheated up there.
Look, and he hits that one in the air. Center field. Dropping. No man's land. It's going to be another base hit here for Reichstein. So he got jammed a little bit on that one, but he's able to fight it off and hit it into center field for a 2-out base hit.
Yeah, and we've seen it a couple of times in the past 2 nights, how hitters can just hit that ball into no man's land and they get a base hit. Right there, it happened right in between Wilson Soriano and DeAndre Asbury Heath. Soriano was heading out hard, and that's obviously a tough play for him, but Asbury Heath running in ended up slipping and almost falling in center field, so he really had no shot after that.
Now it will be Mike Ambrose to the plate here. Ambrose himself also joining the hit parade today for the Majors. Reichstein is on first base after his second of the game. Off-speed pitch to start the at-bat. Misses. And it moves to 1-0.
Yeah, that pitch looked like it missed high on Mike Ambrose, who in 2 plate appearances has a base hit and has been hit by a pitch, making him 1 for 1 on the day.
Delivery. No, he's going to go over to 1 instead. Tries to pick off Reichstein at first base. Dylan, you look up and down the box score here. Evan Britt, Miles Miller, the only 2 Majors without a hit so far in the ball game.
Yeah, everybody's been contributing in this one so far, and it's been really good to see because the Majors are able to put runs on the board when everyone does that. 7 so far.
Big swing and a big miss there by Ambrose. The count will now move to 1-1. Ambrose took the first pitch, an off-speed pitch, and then saw that fastball, which came in a little bit too inside. Had a big cut at it. Young checks and now comes to the plate off-speed. This one will catch the outer edge for a strike, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, that one just barely caught the outer edge of the plate there. And if you're Mike Ambrose, you're thinking that pitch hasn't been called a lot tonight, and the corners have been inconsistent for sure from the home plate umpire.
Young looking for the punch out. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Gets Ambrose swinging on a good breaking ball there to retire the Majors here in the fourth inning. But the Majors now lead by a score of 7 to run after 2 more runs come in to score here. Carlos Artiega will round the bases on a bunt, Dylan. Something I don't think I've seen in a long time.
Something I don't think I've seen ever. I saw Rajay Davis get to third once, but Carlos Artiega, ton of hustle, ran all the way around the bases on a ball that got well into that Welland corner.
So the kids will run the bases here in Welland. We'll take a break, and when we come back, it is the bottom of the fourth inning from Welland Stadium. Welcome back to Welland Stadium here in the gorgeous Rose City, and an absolutely beautiful day for baseball here. Noah Smith and Dylan Baker on the road today as the Majors are taking on the Welland Jackfish. The Jackfish will send Soriano to the plate to lead things off, Dylan, and the Majors' bats have been good so far.
Yes, they most certainly have. 7 runs in 3.5 innings, 4 innings of offense for the Majors. It's been really good to see. They've already beat their run total from last night where they scored 6 against Guelph. It's been a great offensive performance, and Owen Boone has been stellar on the mound.
Boone set to go here in the fourth inning. That off-speed pitch is inside to Soriano to start things. And it moves to 1-0.
Soriano doubled in his last at-bat and has scored the Jackfish's only run.
That pitch is hit in the air, center field, not deep. Miller underneath and makes the grab for the first out here of the bottom of the fourth inning.
Good play there by Miles Miller. He was shaded a little bit opposite field on Wilson Soriano, but got back there near the warning track and made the grab. He was doing a good job of tracking that one.
So DeAndre Asbury Heath will come to the plate now with the first out already recorded here in the bottom of the fourth inning for Owen Boone, who's looked pretty good so far in the ball game. First pitch here to Asbury Heath as he swings at one that bounces 3 feet in front of the plate. It's 0-1.
Asbury Heath struck out against Owen Boone in his last at-bat. Boone will be looking for the same thing here. Asbury Heath will be certainly looking to avoid it.
0-1 delivery now. Boone right to the plate, swing and a miss from Asbury Heath. A big cut there, and it's 0-2.
Seems that on both pitches, Owen Boone has tried to work him low and away, and it's been working so far.
Asbury Heath with big cuts, hoping he maybe misses his location. Owen Boone been locating well. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one up high on a lively fastball. And the count will move to 1-2 strike here with the wind continuing to blow slightly out to right center field. Gusting a little bit more now than it even was earlier on in the game. Boone into his windup. The 1-2 delivery. That one outside, but not by a whole lot here. It moves the count to 2-2.
You see those flags really moving out there, and the trees are starting to tilt a certain way, and it's to right center field, so that's certainly helping out the lefty power bats.
Boone's off-speed delivery to Asbury Heath is down the line, but foul. Got a good piece of that one, but it will roll all the way down into the left field corner before it finds its final resting place, and we'll have to redo another 2-2 count.
It's about the same place in the corner where Carlos Artiega's bunt wound up, but that was in right field, not left.
Not often you see that. Now it's a 2-2 count for DeAndre Asbury Heath. The pitch from Boone, that one right there. Boone thought that he found the right location to get the punch out, but he doesn't get the call. Asbury Heath and Boone now with a little bit of a stare down. It's a 3-2 pitch. Here's the delivery on 3-2 inside, and it's going to be a walk here for DeAndre Asbury Heath, who will be on with one out in the inning.
Yeah, and Asbury Heath did a good job of working Owen Boone there, getting the count to full and walking after being down 0-2. Owen Boone has to try and do a better job of putting people away, and he's done a great job so far. Just did not happen there on DeAndre Asbury Heath, and that stare down is a perfect example of the rivalry that these two teams have already, and DeAndre Asbury Heath is right in the middle of it.
So Asbury Heath on first with an out in the inning. We'll bring up Nolan Pettipiece. Asbury Heath with an aggressive lead over at first. Boone taking his time on the mound. Checks and comes too. That pitch is right there for a strike. He gets up 0-1.
Yeah, Asbury Heath does have a pretty aggressive lead. He can steal a bag or two every once in a while.
Now a move over from Boone to get Asbury Heath back to the bag. It will stay at 0-1 as we await the second pitch of the at-bat here to Pettipiece. Asbury Heath off, swing, and the throw down. A good throw by Ambrose. Tag right on, and he gets Asbury Heath trying to swipe the bag there. A great throw by Ambrose.
Great play there by Mike Ambrose, getting that ball quickly right after the swing and miss from Pettipiece. Possibly a hit and run. Ambrose got up quickly, made a strong throw up to second base, and a good tag by Carlos Artiega over there. So 2 strikes now on Pettipiece and 2 outs.
You had the feeling Asbury Heath was going to run when you saw his aggressive lead. It's an 0-2 count now on Pettipiece, and Boone's 0-2 delivery, that one up high. It will miss, and it goes to 1-2.
1-2, and these Jackfish hitters seem to be laying off the pitches up high, as Asbury Heath laid off a 2, and Pettipiece lays off of that one. So the pitches up in the zone are clearly not working against these hitters.
looks. The pitch from Boone here. That one's fouled straight back over top of us. We'll stay at 1-2. The wind continues to blow here. It takes its time, Dylan. It kind of works towards center field, works its way over to right. But more often than not, it is blowing out towards right center field. And a 1-2 delivery here from Owen Boone to the plate. That one right there, called strike 3. Another strikeout for Owen Boone there, and a fantastic job on the mound.
Great job there by Owen Boone, an off-speed pitch there that worked to perfection. Mike Amberth went a little further outside, but he got it on the corner, and it worked out great. That is Owen Boone's, count him up, 5th strikeout of the ball game for the London Majors. He has been great on the mound so far.
We will take a quick break, the 5th inning, and Dylan Baker on the call when we return.
Are you looking for that perfect birthday gift this summer? Then make sure you visit the London Majors team store located under the grandstand at home games or online at londonmajors.com. The Major store has lots of different items including t-shirts, game-used jerseys, hoodies, and Collins Majors socks, compliments of Collins clothiers. The Major store also has multiple different styles of London Majors official New Era caps. So make sure you visit us under the grandstand at home games or online at londonmajors.com.
Welcome back to Majors Baseball on Majors TV. The London Majors visit the Welland Jackfish today. They are up 7-1 in the top of the 5th inning. Kyle Gormandy will lead things off. It'll be 7, 8, and 9. Gormandy, Britt, and Miller. As you mentioned, Noah, Britt and Miller are the only 2 Majors without a hit.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and change that here as they work through into later parts of the game. They'd love to get everyone involved in the hit parade here today.
The first pitch from Christian Young is going to hit the outside corner on Kyle Gormandy. Count is 0-1 now on the Majors' first baseman. Young right back into the windup and the pitch. Gormandy fouls that one off. A little bit early on that one.
And one thing we've seen today from Young is he's been aggressive and he's been quick to getting to the plate.
He wants to go right away, and now he comes with the 0-2. Gormandy checked his swing. That pitch missed outside. They're not going to go for an appeal, as we now have 3 umpires instead of just the 2. That pitch misses. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Young looks in for the sign from Romanen, and into the windup the pitch. That misses outside as well. Count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes here.
And you continue to see Young working quickly.
And a swing and a miss there. Strike 3 on Gormandy. He strikes out, did not run to first on the drop 3rd strike, and that is the first out of the inning.
And to the wings now,
And not a great swing there by Gormandy, but he's been swinging the bat well there. He was just looking to try and see if he could find a pitch that was going to be up in the zone. That one dropped right out, the first out of the inning.
And so Gormandy is retired. That brings up Evan Britt, who has struck out and walked in this one. That pitch misses up high to Britt. Count is 1 ball and no strikes.
Looking for his first hit of the ball game.
As is Miles Miller, who is on deck. The pitch. Britt takes that one outside. 2 balls and no strikes now. Britt has a walk already in the ball game. The 2-0. That one hits the outside corner. Britt didn't like it, but it's a strike anyway. Count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. The 2-1 home from Young. Line straight back at the screen. Count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, and just because Britt and Miles don't have a hit in the game yet doesn't mean they haven't been contributing to this offense. You mentioned Britt got on base with a walk there and had a couple of good at-bats. So has Miller so far in the game.
He has, and As you mentioned, Britt walked earlier on. 2-2 is the count. The pitch to him is lined straight back up the middle. Soriano can't cut it off, and it's into center field. A base hit for Evan Britt. So the Majors have a one-out base runner.
And there's the hit for Britt. You mentioned a couple good at-bats he's had so far today, and he finally breaks through with a base hit there. Now Miller will look to do the same with just one out here in the top of the fifth.
That brings up Miles Miller. As you mentioned, Noah, he will look to break into the hit column. He's over to a ground out to first and short. Young sets. And the pitch. Miller takes that one on the outside corner. Strike one. He doesn't like it. Britt not really a threat to run over at first, but has a pretty decent lead.
Seeing the outer edge getting called a little bit more now as we move along in the ballgame.
Yes, and it has been very, very inconsistent as Young sets on the mound. Looks down a couple times. Time's called by Miles Miller, who did not like how long it was taking Christian Young to throw that pitch.
Smart baseball play as well, just to get time there. Especially when Young's been working quick all game long, and then he takes a little bit of time there.
Action still in the Jackfish bullpen. Looks like the reliever is ready. That pitch misses up and away. Count is now 1-1.
Still unable to see who's down there in the Jackfish bullpen, but they do have a righty ready to go.
Just waiting for the call from the dugout. 1-1 on its way from Young. On the run is Britt, and that pitch is fouled off. Nice play by Josh Williams, first base coach. Count is now at 1-2 strikes.
And we see the Majors use it many times over the past few games, the hit and run. Doesn't matter who's on first and who's at the plate there. They try to use that strategy as Britt was off with Miles Miller at the plate.
Yes, Britt not really a threat to run, but Miller did a good job of making contact there to make sure that Britt was not thrown out at second base. Young comes set. 1-2 is the count. On its way home. That one misses well outside. Good job by Madeline Romanen to make the play and not allow that one to get to the backstop. Count is at 2-2 now.
And a good chance here on 2-2 for Miller to see a pitch. He's likely going to try and come with some strikeout pitch. I'm going to imagine fastball on the outer edge. We'll see what they come with.
Will be interesting to see. Maybe they come with a breaking ball. Miller has been unable to hit that so far. The pitch is a swing and a miss. Strike three on a fastball on the outer edge, Noah.
And a good cut there by Miller, but you can tell that he was expecting something else at the plate.
That will bring up Yuki Yasuda, who has 2 hits in 3 at-bats so far in this one. A single in the first, single in the fourth, and a flyout in the third inning. Both of his singles have been line drives, and he's come around to score both times. Christian Young sets on the mound, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. The pitch on its way, and that's outside. Count is 1-0. Young looks in for his sign from Romanen. He sets. And fires. That's a called strike 1. Count is now 1-1 strike to the Majors' second baseman. Yuki had a good look at that one.
And Young has fallen behind a few times in counts tonight, to say the least, but for the most part, he's actually been pretty good at working back into the counts and working it back to even now.
He has quite a few 2-strike counts. The pitch. That's in the dirt. That's going to get away from Romanen, but Britt will not move up over at first base. 2 balls and 1 strike.
That one to me didn't look like he got away enough that Britt could have got up to second base, but general rule of thumb is that if you don't see it right away, then don't try to make the move, and Britt obviously didn't see that one as soon as it got away, and by the time it did get far enough away, it was too late for him to start running.
Yes, he would have been thrown out had he started once he did see that ball. The 2-1. Yasuda drives that one to left field. Brian giving chase, and he will make the catch right in front of the warning track for the last out of the inning. We have played 4.5. We're halfway through this one at Welland Stadium. The Majors lead it 7-1 here on Majors TV. Welcome back to Majors Baseball on Majors TV. Bottom of the fifth inning here. Owen Boone out for his fifth inning of work. The London Majors are up 7-1. It'll be 8-9-1 for the Jackfish. Von Bryan, Grant Okawa, and Caleb Feuerstake.
Yeah, Boone going back out there for his fifth inning. He's through 4, giving up just 3 hits and 1 earned run so far. Striking out a total of 5, so it'll be Von Bryan to face him to lead off the bottom of the fifth.
Von Bryan has one of those hits for the Welland Jackfish. Wilson Soriano also has one. That first pitch misses, ball 1 to the Jackfish left fielder. Bryan recorded the final out of the top of the fifth inning and now leads off the bottom. Here's the 1-0 from Boone. Bryan on the ground. Arteaga makes a nice play on the run throw. Gormady stretch, and it's not in time. A great attempt at a play there from Carlos Arteaga. Hopped and threw it over to first from midair and could not, unfortunately, get the out.
Yeah, gorgeous play there from Arteaga when you think about it. It's just coming down the line. Bryan a little bit too fast, was able to get there before the throw of Arteaga, and now the Jackfish will have a leadoff base runner here in the bottom of the fifth.
Yes, the Jackfish do have a leadoff base runner on the base hit. Grant Okawa at the dish. He is the second baseman in the ball game for Welland. He grounded out to the first baseman in his first at-bat, grounded out to Kyle Gormady, unassisted. Gormady with a nice sliding stop. The first pitch from Owen Boone is lined straight back at the screen by Okawa. 0-1 is the count.
A good job by Okawa, being ready on the first pitch there and drilling one right back into the screen. There's one thing that the Jackfish have done well tonight, is that they've been ready on pitches early in the count to swing. A very aggressive team at the plate.
Yes, they have been so far, quite aggressive against Owen Boone. 0-1 is the count. Here's the pitch. That's up high. Count is now 1-1 strike. Boone, as we mentioned, coming into this one after a good outing in Kitchener. He has kept that up so far. He sets on the mound. The 1-1 home on its way to Okawa. He hits that one high in the air, shallow. Yasuda giving chase. Miller coming in, and Reichstein can't make the grab. Miller's got a shot at second. Here's the throw. It's not in time. And that falls in front of 3 players. A strange play there, as Miller and Yasuda seemed like the 2 most likely candidates to catch that ball, but then Byron came in.
Yeah, that ball, as soon as it went up in the air, you knew that it was going to be trouble for the Majors out there. It goes out to no man's land between the middle infielders, the center fielder, and even Reichstein was the one who came over and ended up almost making the catch. But with the wind wreaking havoc out here, it was going to be trouble as soon as it left the bat there. I imagine it's going to go down as a base hit. And now the Jackfish have something going here in the bottom of the fifth.
Yeah, they do. 2 runners on, and it'll likely be ruled a base hit because who can you put the error on there? It's tough to decide while that ball should have been caught. Owen Boone sets out there on the mound. 2 guys on, nobody out. The pitch misses outside. Count is 1 ball and no strikes on the right fielder.
Good job by Boone there. Those pitchers are still looking good on the outer edge, not getting the call. It's got to come right out here with a couple of guys on.
The 1-0. Squaring around to bunt is Feuerstake. That one's bunted in the air and right over the netting and into the, or just past the Jackfish dugout.
From Caister Center this afternoon in attendance.
That one will even the count up at 1-1.
So 1 ball, 1 strike. Owen Boone rubs the ball a little bit, make sure he has a good grip on it. To fire to Caleb Feuerstake. Coming set is Boone. Looks back at Bryan a couple of times, the 1-1. Feuerstake on the ground. Going to be a tough play. That ball's going to get through. Around third. Coming home is Bryan. Reichstein going to come up throwing, and he will throw right to Gormady. That's going to get past him. Good job by Mike Ambrose back there to cover. So the Jackfish have their second run of the ball game on an RBI single for Caleb Feuerstake.
And that one was going to be a tough play. It just kept rolling along the hard, dry ground here at Welland Stadium. Finds its way into right field. And a run comes across here to score for the Jackfish. Don't look now. They've got runners on the corner. Still nobody out here if they pushed across their second run of the ball game.
Yeah, as you mentioned, nobody out. Still guys on the corners. Brandon Dadson steps up to the dish. In the ball game, he struck out and grounded out to the second baseman, Yuki Yasuda. Dadson looks down for the signs. Possibly, the Jackfish might possibly try something with Okawa at third. Fewer stake at first. Mike Ambrose gave a set of defensive signs just in case as Owen Boone comes set. Here's his pitch. Swing and a miss there by Dadson. Big cut there. 0-1.
And you can't ever count these Jackfish out, especially only here in the 5th inning. They came from a 6-run deficit. 6-0 was the score. They came back from a 6-run deficit in the 9th inning the other night before losing the game in extra innings. But they can score quickly.
They sure can. On the move is Fewer Stake. Ambrose fakes a throw, fakes another throw to third, and it'll be a stolen base credited to Caleb Fewer Stake. And to your point, Noah, these Jackfish scored 6 in the 9th inning against the Kitchener Panthers and can never be counted out, even when they are down by, it was 6 runs at 7-1. Now it's 5 at 7-2.
And now with those runners both in scoring position after the stolen base, we don't see the Majors bring the infield in, which is interesting. They're going to play for an out with their a little bit bigger of a lead now. And we'll see Owen Boone, who is more comfortable from the full windup, go back to it on the mound.
Yes, he is more comfortable from the full windup. And you know what? If a run does score here, it's only a 7-3 game, and you would have one out, which the Majors desperately, desperately need. As Brandon Dadson at the dish, the pitch from Boone. Dadson hits that one hard on the ground. Yasuda at second. Makes sure he's got it. Fires it over to Gormady at first, so a run will come in to score. But we have our first out of the bottom of the 5th inning.
And a good job there. I don't know if they can get that out if they bring the infield in. It was hit hard. It slowed down before it got to Yasuda, but the Majors, with the score 7-3 now, will trade it out for the run there. Mattingly Romanen now to the plate, but they're not out of danger yet. Still a runner on third.
Yes, Caleb Fewerstake move up to third on the ground out. Had he not been running on the second pitch of the at-bat, they likely turn 2 there. Instead, it's Mattingly Romanen who has a chance to hit. The pitch from Boone is in there for a called strike one. Looked a little bit low from up here, but it's a called strike nonetheless.
And a good start there for Boone, who's now got himself an out, so he'll look a little bit more comfortable on the mound.
The 0-1 inside. Count is now 1 ball and 1 strike to the Jackfish catcher.
And by this point, you know that you're not going to get a lot of calls on the inner edge. So you either got to decide to keep going at it and try to get the swing and miss, or try at a different location.
And that one gets up and hits Mattingly Romanen in the head, right in the helmet. You can hear it from up here. Romanen will walk over to first base. Boone will make sure he's okay. That's a scary moment for Mattingly Romanen. Luckily, he was able to turn his head in time and get the helmet there.
Yet a lot of times, Dylan, you'll see that players won't have time to turn their heads on pitches that come up and in. Luckily there we see Romanen is able to turn. It goes off his helmet. Still a scary moment, absolutely. But now the Majors will have to deal with another runner on base.
That they will. So runners at the corners. At least the double play is now in order. Andrew Mercier at the dish, the designated hitter. He's 0 for 2 in the ball game. A ground out and a pop out in 2 prior trips. Owen Boone sets. He's got guys at the corners. The pitch to Mercier on the run is the runner at second, or runner going to second, Romanen. And he steals second base, eliminating the double play. So 2 stolen bases have taken the Majors out of double play situations.
And the Jackfish continue to be aggressive on the base pass. Count up the stolen bases tonight. It's been a deciding factor in keeping them in this game.
It sure has been the 1-0. Mercier pops that one foul into the Jackfish parking lot. Sounded like that ball hit something out there. 1-1 to Mercier. From the windup, Boone fires. That's outside. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike.
And a good job by Boone. He staying aggressive on the mound there when he's coming to the plate. Just seems to be missing off the plate a few times there. Possibly just a release point.
Quite possibly is the pitch. Mercier gets that one hard on the ground. Gormady will go to the plate, the tag, and they got him. So a strange play there. Gormady hesitated, and The ball bounced, got in front of Caleb Feuerstake. Ambrose did a good job of blocking it and getting the tag down on Feuerstake, and the fans are not very happy.
And I think the reason for their argument was that either Ambrose blocking the play or that the ball came out of his glove, but he was able to hold on to it. And now Wilson Soriano will have a chance here. The runner's still at the corner there after a great play. And that play was a lot closer than it should have been, Dylan. I think Gormady hesitated a little bit at first base when he first got it.
He did, and it almost resulted in a run scoring because his throw bounced, but Ambrose did a good job of corralling it and getting the tag down. The first pitch from Owen Boone to Wilson Soriano was popped up into the crowd, and a fan wasn't paying attention, almost got hit by the ball.
Picked up from a fan from Beams, Vegas, Beamsville, Ontario.
But he will make the grab down there after, like you mentioned, wasn't paying attention. And a great job by Boone to get ahead here.
No balls and one strike on Wilson Soriano. The shortstop has one of the Jackfish hits today, had a double and came around to score. Boone sets on the mound. Mercier at first. Romanen at second. The pitch. Soriano lines it straight back at the screen. Foul, 0-2. Big cuts from Soriano so far.
Yeah, he's had a few big cuts, and you got to keep in mind he's already got on base a few times today. He had that double earlier on. So he's seeing the ball well here. And he has those big, healthy cuts.
He does. His swing sort of reminds me of Blue Jays shortstop prospect Bo Bichette, who takes big swings quite a bit. And if he hits it, it goes a long way, and it's hit very hard. Boone comes set out there on the mound. No balls and two strikes, the count to Soriano. And the pitch. That's outside. Count is 1-2 now. Boone sets. The kick and the come home. Soriano hits that one on the ground. It's a fair ball. Boone scoops it up. Will fire to first in time to retire the side. So a slow little ground ball there as Soriano and Gormady exchange words. We've played 5 complete at Welland Stadium. Majors up 7-3.
Chances are, if you've been out to a London Majors game this season, then you've noticed all the advertisements around the field. If you're wondering how you can get your business involved, then reach out to us and we can put you in touch with Angela at angela@londonmajors.com. We can help you find innovative ways to help your business grow with the London Majors.
Welcome back to Majors Baseball on Majors TV. The Jackfish played at 2 in the bottom half of the 5th inning, and they now trail by 4. Carlos Artiega steps up to the dish for the Majors, their shortstop in the ballgame.
Yeah, the Jackfish were able to grab a couple runs their last time up in the bottom of the 5th inning. Getting to Owen Boone a little bit. Good news is he does still have a lead, so we'll see him come back out for the next inning.
Carlos squares around, pulls back. That pitch is a called strike one. Looked like it was a little bit inside. 0-1 to the Majors shortstop, who is 1 for 2 on the day with a sacrifice bunt. Here's the pitch to Arteaga. That's going to be a called strike 2 on a breaking ball. Carlos' one hit was that bunt and ended up scoring all the way. Although he ended up going all the way around on an E2. The pitch from Young. That's outside. Count is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, Arteaga on that bunt last time, showing off his speed and obviously getting a little bit of luck as well.
The pitch, Arteaga pops that one up, foul territory. That's going to get into the Majors dugout. Count will remain at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Christian Young still out there on the mound, despite giving up 7 runs in the ballgame so far.
Yeah, he's still out there, and the Majors have hit him hard. That's the most surprising thing to me, is that they've been hitting the ball hard for the most part of today.
Yes, and Young is a very good pitcher out there on the mound. Arteaga hits that one hard hard into the ground. It will get foul and touched up by Nolan Pettipies by the third base bag. Count will remain at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Carlos putting together a pretty good at-bat.
Through Young's 5 complete so far. You mentioned those 7 runs, 6 of those earned too. So the Majors hitting the ball well.
They are quite a few hits, and most of them are hard hit balls. 1-2 to Arteaga on the way. Line drive, that's going to get down, and it's going to be a base hit. So Carlos now has 2 hits in the ball game after a line drive single there.
And a great job at staying with that one for Carlos. He took it the other way and just stayed with a pitch that was on the outer part of the zone. Took it to right field, and now he's got a leadoff single here in the top half of the 6th.
So he leads off with a single, and that brings up Izzy Pena, who lined out to the left fielder Von Bryan his last time up. He went deep in his at-bat prior to that one. The wind is still blowing out there. Christian Young comes set with Arteaga at first. He's running on the pitch. Pena line drive, back up the middle. Okawa makes the play, avoids the double play. Throw over to first is in time to get Pena. So the hit and run worked to stay out of the double play there, but not 2 runners on.
Yeah, the hit and run works to stay out of the double play. Pena swings at a pitch that normally he probably wouldn't want to, but Arteaga is able to move up to second base with, really in reality, Dylan, is all you really wanted to do there is nobody out, is move him up to second. They've done that, and now Cleveland Brownlee has a chance to drive in a run.
Yes, he does. He steps up to the dish. He's got a runner at second. Looks down to third base coach Brent Wales for the signs. 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. Cleveland just now digging in against Christian Young. 2 for 3 with 2 home runs in the ball game for Cleveland. Young sets. Kicks and fires. That's going to miss. It's going to be ball 1 to the big man. And a fun little stat for you. It's been 4 consecutive days in the MLB that we've had 3 home runs. Cleveland will look for his 3rd here. Young sets out there on the mound. Arteaga creeping at second. The pitch. Brownlee goes after the breaking ball there. That's 2 straight breaking balls. The first one missed. That one was a strike as Brownlee went too far.
I think Cleveland on that swing, judging by his reaction and the swing itself, was looking for anything but that off-speed pitch, looking for a fastball and way out in front of it. Just takes that one, and now he's got to come back on a 1-1.
He'll have to bounce back here. He's got a shot to drive home a run with 1 out. Setting on the mound is Young. The pitch home. Cleveland lays off that pitch outside. Count is now 2 balls and 1 strike to the Majors designated hitter.
And a good sign to see for Cleveland here. Obviously, the production at the plate has been fantastic lately, but every single one of his at-bats, Dylan, seems to be fairly competitive as well.
It is. Cleveland usually puts up a fight up there. Here's the pitch. Cleveland in the air. Shallow left center. Might be tough. Soriano going out, and that ball's going to drop in front of Asbury Heath. Arteaga had to hold to see if that ball was going to drop in, and he cannot score. He gets up to 3rd, though, so Cleveland's at first after the bloop single, and Carlos moves up to 3rd.
So Cleveland does find his 3rd hit of the day. That one not hit anywhere close to as hard as the other two, but he's going to be on first. First and third now for the Majors with just one out here in the top of the 6th.
One out. Byron Reichstein at the dish. He has 2 singles in the ball game. Both of them hit pretty hard. Young looks in, gets the sign he wants, takes a look back at Brownlee at first, and comes set. Big swing there by Byron on a pitch that was running away from him. No balls and 1 strike.
A lot of times you'll see Byron be out in front of those pitches on the outer part of the zone. He's a lot better on pitches when they come into him.
0-1 to Byron. Cleveland fakes running. The pitch is on the outside corner, called strike 2, and Cleveland was dancing on that pitch, something we saw a lot of last night.
Yeah, we saw Cleveland do that last night as well, just trying to get in the pitcher's head. I mean, I think you know that Cleveland Brownlee is not going to be running over there at first base, but if he can get in your head, and you'll see what happens.
Indeed you will. Carlos takes a few steps. Here's the pitch to Reichstein. He takes that one away. 1 ball and 2 strikes now.
Arteaga over at third as well. Not necessarily dancing over there, but he gets a very good secondary lead. So he'll be trying to score on anything on the ground, even if it's back to the pitcher.
He will be likely running on contact. The pitch is inside to Byron. Count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes now on the Majors right fielder.
One of the things, Dylan, tonight, or this afternoon I should say, that's really surprised me is the amount of 2 strike hits that the Majors have had.
They have been good with 2. The pitch to Byron. That's outside as well. Count is now 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Byron works Christian Young into a full count now with only 1 out. Young sets. Kicks, comes home. Byron hits that one foul. Good job by him staying on that pitch and spoiling it. Count will remain full.
Byron, like you mentioned, does a great job at spoiling. And I think that's something as well that the Majors have done a great job all afternoon, waiting until they get a pitch they like.
Just frustrating Christian Young out there on the mound. He sets the pitch. Byron hits that one on the ground. It's going to get foul. Again, we try a 3-2.
And Dylan, we continue to see pitchers ready. I think this is, the 3rd straight inning. We've seen the arms ready down there in the Jackfish bullpen, waiting to come in.
Yes, and I'm not sure what the pitch total is for Christian Young, but he's certainly getting up there in his 6th inning of work. He comes set. The 3-2 home. Byron hits that one hard. Nice play by Dadson. He'll go to second for 1. Throw back over to first is in time to get him. A beautiful 3-6-3 double play, and the side is retired. Soriano and Brownlee now also exchanging words as the rivalry is fierce. You're watching Majors Baseball on Majors TV as your Orlando Majors lead at 7-3. Welcome back to Majors Baseball on Majors TV. Is a 7-3 ball game here at Welland Stadium, and the Jackfish scored 2 of those runs in the last inning, Noah.
Yeah, they did. They came back and they got right back into it. They're going to look to try to do the same thing here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Try to get right back into the game. They got to Owen Boone a little bit. Let's see if they can do it again here.
They will certainly be looking to do so, and they have one of their better hitters at the dish in DeAndre Asbury Heath. In the ball game so far, he's walked and struck out against Owen Boone. He digs in right now. Mike Ambrose didn't like a ball. Looks like a few Majors pitchers are also throwing. The pitch from Owen Boone is in the air, foul territory, and over the bleachers into the hill area in right field. Boone looks in for the sign from Ambrose. Into the windup, and he fires. Asbury Heath lines that one down the left field line, but that's going to get foul. Count is now 0-2 on the Jackfish center fielder.
And Boone's had a pretty good day against the Jackfish here, and Asbury Heath as well. See if he can give another one of those off-speed pitches that he's had trouble with through today's game.
Yes, Asbury Heath has had quite a bit of trouble with those off-speed pitches, especially low and away. Here's the pitch from Boone. Fastball up high. Asbury Heath laid off that in his last at-bat, lays off again here. Count is 1-2. The 1-2 home from Boone. Asbury Heath just lays off that off-speed pitch, making the count 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
And that's a good location for that off-speed pitch against Asbury Heath. Try and get a swing and miss there.
Boone will look to have that result here. Gets the sign he wants. And the 2-2 home. Asbury Heath gets that one off the bat. Pitch that was way up and in on him. Count will remain at 2-2.
And a good battle there. I don't think he even meant to foul that one off. But it does the job, and now he's going to get another chance here on 2-2.
Another shot to get on base and hopefully get a rally started for the Jackfish here. The pitch from Boone. Asbury Heath lines that one up near us. Hit hard. Again, we'll try the 2-2.
Dylan, every time one of those comes up near us, I get a little bit defensive. The arms come up, cover the face, cover the moneymaker.
Yeah, you got to cover the equipment too, Noah. Not just about your face. Don't have a laptop screen fall off. The 2-2 from Boone. Asbury Heath hits that one hard on the ground, past a diving Britt and into left field. He's around first. He's going to be chugging it for 2. Pena picks the ball up in foul territory and throws it over to third. Asbury Heath has a leadoff double.
And a fantastic job there by Asbury Heath to stay on that pitch and drive it down the line. He's got himself a leadoff double here, and we'll see if the Jackfish can get some runs across here. Another leadoff base runner. They've had a number of them in the ballgame tonight, Dylan.
Yes, they have, but nothing has really come of them so far besides last inning and in the second. They only have 3 runs, but Asbury Heath is on yet again to lead off the inning. And Nolan Pettipiece at the dish. We'll see if he can move him up. Maybe they will try a sacrifice bunt. Gormandy and Britt are thinking the same thing. Boone sets out there on the mound. Pettipiece doesn't square, takes that one inside. Count is 1-0.
And you've got to imagine that they're going to be trying to get him over there, whether it's with a bunt or if Pettipiece can try to control one and get it to the right side.
Yes, they will attempt to move that runner up. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt. It's going to get away from Ambrose, and Asbury Heath will move up to third. Takes a big turn, but holds. So the wild pitch allows Asbury Heath to move up, and the count is now 2-0.
And now you got to imagine, Dylan, that the infield for the Majors are going to come in. Carlos Arteaga at short's asking manager Ruth Charendat what they want to do. And looking like with nobody out here, a 4-run lead and the runner on third, is that at least the middle infielders are going to stay back and try to get him out.
Yeah, Gormandy is still staying right around that cutout. Britt as well. He's playing even with the base. maybe trying to cut down Asbury Heath if he decides to run. Here's the pitch from Owen Boone. Pettipies lines that one hard and foul. The arms didn't go up on that one, Noah.
That one a little bit higher and more off to the left to us. But Boone does a good job at working back into his count at 2-1.
He sets out there on the mound. The 2-1. In the air, left center field. Tagging is Asbury Heath. Pena's going to come up throwing. Here's his throw. It's a light one right into Arteaga, and Asbury Heath will score with ease. So a sacrifice fly for Nolan Pettipies gets yet another Jackfish run home.
And a good job there by Pettipies. Does exactly what he needs to do. Drives that ball far enough into left field. Ismael Pena won't even try to throw him out. He'll just concede the run. They'll take the out. The first out here at the bottom of the 6th inning.
You know, you can keep conceding runs, Noah, but right now, it's only a 7-4 game. The Jackfish are striking distance away from tying it.
Yeah, the Jackfish have now scored runs in their last 2 at-bats. They put 1 across already this inning, put 2 across last inning. The Majors, they haven't scored a run since the 4th inning. So now into the 6th, and the Majors' next at-bat coming in the 7th inning. They got to start getting some more offense going, or else they can't just keep on giving up runs every inning.
They cannot do that as Owen Boone's first pitch to Von Bryan is a strike on the off-speed pitch. The cut right back over the plate. Bryan 2 for 2 and 2 at-bats. The 0-1 from Boone up high. Count is 1 ball and 1 strike now. 1 out in the inning and 1 home already. Gets the sign he wants from Ambrose and into the windup he goes. The 1-1 is inside on Bryan. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike.
And now for Bryan, he's got to kind of play that second leadoff role in the inning, try to really start things again. Of course, you mentioned already 1 run across in the inning, but now with an out, you really have to try and start the inning all over again.
Isudu, nobody on, 1 out. Jackfish are hoping they can get something going as Isudu and Arteaga both shift up the middle. And that's up high and in again on Von Bryan. Count is now 3-1. No action in the Majors bullpen. We saw Braden Farrington and Brandon Valentine get up and throw a little bit, but just to each other, so nothing intense. And they will do the same thing right now. And they get up once again.
Interesting to see that we're just now getting some action. Boone's only given up 4.
Here's the pitch. That's up and in on Bryan as well. So he misses up and in 3 consecutive times and walks Von Bryan for a base runner here with 1 out.
And that will be a mound visit now. I think we will see Brent Wales come out and have a quick chat here with Owen Boone. Like we've mentioned, Boone hasn't pitched bad today. The Jackfish have started to get on him a little bit. 2 runs in the 5th, 1 run already crossed here in the 6th. And it brought this game to a lot closer. Majors once led 7-1, and they've been off the scoreboard offensively in the past few innings. And like you mentioned, I think it's a couple of lefties now. Valentine Doyle throwing down in the bullpen just to each other.
Yes, Braden Farrington has sat down out there, and these two, Brandon Valentine and Robert Doyle, are throwing to each other. Bit of velocity from Valentine, more so than Doyle. Roop Chanadat talking to them from the bench.
Now batting for the Jackfish, your second baseman, number 3, Grant Okawa.
That'll bring up Grant Okawa, the second baseman for Welland. He's got a runner at first and 1 out after the Von Bryan walk. Okawa, the number 9 hitter in this Jackfish order, is 1 for 2 with a ground out to first and a single in the ballgame. Boone sets out there on the mound. And the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. Big cut there from Okawa.
Yeah, big cut from Okawa there on the first pitch fastball, and a great job by Boone to get ahead here. 1 out in the inning, though, so a ground ball can get you out of the inning.
It can if you hit it anywhere, really. Okawa has decent speed, so might be a little bit tough. Boone sets out there on the mound, holds it for a while. And the pitch just inside on Okawa. No, I'm a little bit surprised with how long Boone held the set there that no one called time.
Yeah, he's just changing up his timing a little bit, but like you mentioned, not necessarily surprised with the changing up the timing. It's surprised that no one called time. A lot of times you'll see batters call time just to make sure that Boone doesn't get into his groove and make sure that Boone's not controlling the game.
The last thing you want if you're the Welland Jackfish is Boone comes set. And a quick move over to first. Not in time as Brian is back there diving. Brandon Valentine throwing a little bit harder as Robert Doyle goes into the crouch. In the Majors bullpen. Count is 1-1 on Okawa. Boone sets. Holds it. And the pitch, Brian on the run. That pitch is lined hard and a long way, but foul. So Brian will have to retreat to first on what is likely a hit and run.
Yeah, hit and run for sure called on that one. As Brian was off. Brian does have speed, so it could have been a straight steal there, but Okawa, just the way he swung that bat, looked like he was trying to protect there on the hit and run, and now it's a big 1-2 count for Owen Boone here, and this is one of the bigger pitches of the game for him so far. Try and get the second out here at the bottom of the 6th inning.
It most certainly is. You got to do one of two things with this pitch. You got to strike him out and get the second out, or put one low so he can hit it on the ground and likely turn 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Okawa lines that one hard and foul. Just a bit foul down the left field line as Okawa just missed that one.
Yeah, he gave that one a ride, but it ended up being about 5 feet foul past the third base bag on the left-hand side, and now we'll have another chance here. Another 1-2 pitch, and another big pitch here for Owen Boone. Came inside on that one, and Okawa was ready for it.
Okawa was ready for the pitch on the inside. We'll see what Boone comes with here and if Okawa is expecting it again. 1-2. Boone sets. Quick move over to first, checking on Brian, not in time. He gets back there diving in safely. Boone cleans out the ball a little bit after it got dirty near the first base bag in the dirt. Boone looks in. Okawa looks out. Brian moving on the pitch. And that's another one hit high and deep but foul. Another probable hit and run just with the way that Grant Okawa swung at that pitch.
Yeah, it looked like another hit and run put on by the Jackfish here. You got to keep in mind, though, with 2 strikes, though, Okawa's going to be having that protective-looking swing. Majors could go for the strike him out, throw him out here. And still ground ball away from getting out of this.
That would be a nightmare scenario for the Jackfish to strike him out, throw him out on a hit and run or a straight steal that does not work. 1-2 is the count with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Boone sets. The break at the buckle and the offering. Swing and a miss as he got Okawa swinging there on a breaking ball.
And a great job there by Boone. He comes with the off-speed pitch that I don't think was a strike, but Okawa thought it was going to break a lot more than it was. Didn't break enough, was on the inside part of the plate, and a big strikeout there. And now Boone's just an out away from getting through the 6th here.
Yes, he is. Caleb Fewerstake at the dish for the Jackfish. 2 strikeouts and a single. Got cut down by Kyle Gormandy. Noah, you didn't recognize the joke that I made with one of your all-time favorite walk-up songs.
Just trying not to acknowledge when you make a funny joke.
That one's lined straight back at the screen by Fewerstake.
And on 0-1 here, great to see Boone getting ahead again. Dylan, a lot of times when you try to make those funny jokes, sometimes I actually think they're funny and I just don't try to make a reaction because I don't want to give you the credit.
I learned that one the hard way, Noah. Some sad nights in the press box.
No hard feelings.
Boone comes set. Brian, who was moving on the first pitch, dives back safely over at first base. 0-1 is the count. Fewerstake at the plate. Boone sets. Looks in. Holds on for a while and fires. That's in the dirt. Nice block there by Mike Ambrose. Huge block because then Von Bryan could not get into second base.
And the Jackfish are an aggressive team when they have runners in scoring position and to get guys into scoring position. So to keep them over there first here, especially with 2 outs, is big.
It most certainly is. That pitch misses low as well. Count is now 2 balls and 1 strike to the Jackfish right fielder and leadoff man. Setting on the mound is Boone. Brian leaning a little bit. He's off. Feuerstake lines that one hard and through, so finally the hit and run works. Brian around second, he'll get into third. Reichstein throws a little bit high for Yasuda, but he's able to handle it and make the play. And don't look now, but the Jackfish have runners at the corners with 2 outs.
Yeah, that was a hard hit ball there, getting into right. Is not going to be able to make a play on it, even if the runner doesn't take off from first base. Now Brennan Datson's going to have a chance with a pair of outs with the runners on the corners. We're kind of seeing now, it looks like Valentin throwing a little bit harder now in the Majors bullpen. We might see him come into the game here. You'd love to see Boone get through the 6th.
Yes, that would be ideal for the Majors, but if he can't, Valentin looks nearly ready as Juliandre Higuera is helping him out there. The pitch is going to hit the outside corner, strike 1. Robert Doyle staying in the crouch now, not getting up and playing occasional catch. Looks like Valentin is warming up out there. Feuerstake at first, Brian at third. Dadson at the dish. On the run is Feuerstake. Ambrose throws it this time, and it's going to hit Artiega. Coming home is Brian. Here's the throw. It's not in time. It's going to get past Ambrose. Into third gets Feuerstake, and the Jackfish are down by 2.
Interesting decision there by the Majors to throw. Ambrose tries to gun down Feuerstake, who is stealing second. I don't think even if the throw was on, they were going to get him at 2. He had a very good jump at first base. The throw hits off the ground, and then a great job blocking it by Artiega, but when he blocked it in the act, it got away from him a little bit. In to score for the Jackfish, who, like you mentioned, now trail by 2, and they have another run standing on third base.
Yes, the tying run is at the dish in Brennan Dadson. And they're going to appeal something over to third base. Not too sure what it is. But possibly a swing there from Dadson. He did not go, says the third base umpire. 1-1 is the count. At third is Feuerstake. Setting on the mound is Boone. Here's the pitch. That's a called strike 2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes now on the Jackfish first baseman.
And now you've got yourself up on another 1-2 count here, and you really have to try and put him away. I'd love to see Boone go to the off-speed here.
Would be good to see, and hopefully he can get a swing and a miss. The pitch is a fastball and line straight back at the screen, foul. Might have tipped off of Ambrose's glove there. Count will remain at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
A few times now we've seen him go with a fastball. Boone's still slinging it pretty good across the plate here in the 6th inning. Lively fastball. Valentin continues to warm in the Majors bullpen.
Yes, it is a good idea to have him up, but Boone is still throwing hard, as you mentioned. That's an off-speed pitch, and that's going to miss low. Count is now 2 balls and 2 strikes. And there's a balloon on the field. Here's the pitch from Boone, off speed, and Dadson lines it back at the screen, foul.
And a balloon made his way over top of the field here at Welland Stadium. Although it looks like it is gaining altitude quickly, Dylan. I don't think it'll be a problem.
No, it's going with the wind. You can't see it on your screen. I'm sure you were able to for a little bit. As it flies into the neighborhood. Boone sets out there on the mound, the 2-2 home to Dadson. Inside, just missing the corner. Boone thought he had it. 3 balls and 2 strikes now.
This location Boone has been going to all night long, inside on the batters. Hasn't really got a whole lot of the calls, though.
He is not. Roop Chandadat and Brent Wales talking things up at the end of the Majors dugout there. Trying to figure out their next move. Do they pull Boone after this batter if he can't retire Dadson? or do they leave him in there? Here's the pitch. That's low, and it's going to hit Ambrose, and it's going to go all the way to the backstop. Coming in to score with ease is Feuerstake, and it is a one-run ball game.
So the Majors, who once led this ball game by a score of 7-1, now find themselves with just a one-run lead. The Jackfish have scored 5 runs over the last 2 innings and still pressing here in the bottom of the 6th inning. It'll be Mattingly Romanen to the plate here with a runner on first.
Mattingly Romanen is the go-ahead run for the Welland Jackfish as Roop Chanadad starts walking out to the mound. Owen Boone knows what's going on. Brandon Valentine taking a walk to the end of the bullpen will likely jog in as Owen Boone's night is complete. So Owen Boone's night is complete. He goes 5 2/3 innings, could not finish off the 6th inning, and the 6th inning was really quite troubling for him, Noah.
Yeah, it was. The past 2 innings, really, he's been unable to locate as well as he had been earlier on in the game, and they've got a few hits on him as well. So that is going to be the change that Roop Chanadad's going to make. He's going to go to the lefty, and he's going to try and get him out of the game.
So Boone is done. Valentine is in. The lefty from Miami.
Now pitching for London, number 7, Brandon Valentine.
And we will have his first pitches when we come back here on Majors TV. And we're back as Brandon Valentine is set to throw his first pitches of the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 outs. Mattingly Romanen will be the first batter he faces. Valentine has worked in a few games this season for the Majors, 4 in total. He has pitched 3 1/3 innings. Has allowed 9 runs, 8 of them earned.
And he'll look here to get some innings in Dylan as well as try to shut the door. It's a tough situation to come into here. You just got a 1-run lead now and you already got a runner on. Good news is you got 2 outs in this inning.
Yes, you do. The pitch from Valentine is going to hit the inside corner for strike 1 on Romanen. Braden Farrington now also up in the Majors bullpen. A righty. The pitch from Valentine is low. 1 ball and 1 strike now.
Valentine doesn't throw as hard as Boone does, but can locate his pitches well.
1 ball and 1 strike on Mattingly Romanen. Here's the pitch. That's inside and low. Count is now 2-1. Valentine came to the Majors right around Canada Day. Born in Miami. He sets out there on the mound, and the pitch. That's in the dirt and blocked by Mike Ambrose. Count is now 3 balls and 1 strike.
Struggling with his command early on here. And missing in the same location every time, Dylan. Low and inside.
Yes, could be yanking his pitches a little bit. Here's the pitch. That's inside. And it's ball 4. So Romanen walks, and now there are 2 runners on for Andrew Mercier, and Romanen is the go-ahead run over at first base.
Not what you want to see coming out of the bullpen there for Valentin. The only good news out of that, if you're going to take any good news, is that now he has the matchup advantage here against the slugger here for the Jackfish.
As Andrew Mercier steps up to the dish for Welland, the big lefty bat against Brandon Valentin, the tough lefty. Mercier looks up, Valentin looks in, and he sets. Here's the pitch. Mercier on the ground, over Valentin, right to Arteaga, who will touch the bag, and the side is retired. So Valentin comes in, walks the batter, but gets Mercier to end the inning. We head to the top of the seventh here on Majors TV.
Are you looking for that perfect birthday gift this summer? Then make sure you visit the London Majors team store located under the grandstand at home games or online at londonmajors.com. The Major store has lots of different items including t-shirts, game-used jerseys, hoodies, and Collins Majors socks, compliments of Collins clothiers. The Major store also has multiple different styles of London Majors official New Era caps. So make sure you visit us under the grandstand at home games or online at londonmajors.com.
Welcome back to Majors Baseball on Majors TV. A new pitcher for the Welland Jackfish. It is Reese O'Farrell.
Yeah, we get to see Reese O'Farrell coming into the game. We checked point streak quickly. Doesn't seem to have any pitching appearances so far this season. This will be his first.
Will be a longtime member of the Burlington Herd and now the Welland Jackfish as that pitch misses up and in on Ambrose. It'll be Ambrose, Gormandy, and Britt for the Majors in this top of the seventh inning. There's a strike. 1-1 now to the Majors catcher. He looks in for the sign from Romanen. And the pitch. Ambrose scorches it to left field, but well fouled. He was ahead of the breaking ball or off-speed pitch there and yanked it a little bit. Count is now 1-2.
Yeah, right on that off-speed pitch, though. As you mentioned, scorched it to left, but way out in front. And now he's got to battle with the 1 ball and 2 strike.
Here's the pitch from O'Farrell. Ambrose lines that one hard to center field, and that is going to be caught by Asbury Heath out there for the first out of the inning. So Ambrose hit it hard, gave it a ride, but it was caught.
And a good piece of hitting there by Ambrose on 2 strikes to drive it into center. But it was right at Asbury Heath here, and the Majors need to get something going here on the bats. They have been held off the scoreboard here in the 5th and 6th innings, and now 1 out here in the 7th.
It's one out here in the 7th inning, as you mentioned, Noah. They've been held off the scoreboard since the 5th inning. They need to plate some runs here if they want to get some insurance. Kyle Gormady at the dish. He is 1 for 3. He's got a single, a strikeout. Sorry, he's 1 for 2. A single, a strikeout, and a sac bunt as that pitch misses up and away. Bit of a breeze here at Welland Stadium. The pitch. That's going to hit the outside corner. It'll be strike 1, 1-1.
O'Farrell seems to be all around the strike zone, which is good for the Jackfish. Also need to take note of that if you're the Majors up to bat, be ready to swing.
Indeed, you have to be. The pitch is low and in the dirt. Count is now 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 2-1 from O'Farrell. Gormady hits that one in the air. Shallow left center field. Bryan moving under it. He is there, and he will make the grab for the 2nd out of the inning. So Ambrose and Gormady both fly out.
Good pitch to hit there for Gormady. He got a pitch right over the strike zone, right where he likes it. He just got underneath it, I think, a little bit late as well, hitting it the opposite way. And now 2 outs quickly here in the top of the 7th.
2 outs for Evan Britt, who has a single, a walk, and a strikeout in the ballgame. Time called as there is a ball from the Jackfish bullpen that is rolled out onto the field. A little bit wild as the lefty out there right now. Reese O'Farrell on the mound, Evan Britt at the dish. Here's O'Farrell's first pitch. Up high on Britt. Count is 1-0.
Now Britt has finally got into the hit column in today's game. He had a hard hit his last time up. Look to try to do the same here.
The 1-0 from O'Farrell is inside. 2 balls and no strikes now. The 2-0 Britt is low and away, 3 balls and no strikes, so a good job by Evan laying off pitches out of the zone.
He's done a great job so far at laying off pitches out of the zone. He already has a walk in the game as well.
Patient bat at the dish. Here's the pitch from Britt. That's inside and low, ball 4. So Britt walks on 4 pitches, and that will bring up Miles Miller, the center fielder.
And that one was pretty close on 3-0, just away Britt as well at the plate. Took that 3-0 pitch. He thought it might have been able to be called a strike. It wasn't, and he's got a 4-pitch walk to put him on, although 2 outs here. And now Miles Miller, the last player on the Majors team, still looking for his first hit of the ball game.
Yes, Miles still looking for his first hit. Would love to come up with it here. Maybe a ball in the gap that could score Britt. The pitch from O'Farrell is outside and low. Count is 1 ball, no strikes.
And Miller, of course, a smart batter, though. He knows exactly what's going on here. O'Farrell has missed in 5 straight. Walked Britt on 4, and now his first one misses here to Miller.
Yuki Yasuda is on deck. If Miller can keep the inning alive, 1-0 is the count to him. Looks like the arm in the bullpen for the Jackfish is ready. The pitch to Miller is up and away. 2 balls and no strikes. They were likely hoping to get him ready for Miles Miller, who is a lefty bat. Yuki on deck. We could see the lefty come in.
Especially with the lefty here, you got a bunch of righties next.
That pitch misses high. 3 balls and no strikes. Call it 7 straight balls.
7 straight here thrown by O'Farrell. You mentioned the lefty coming and possibly getting ready into the game. This is O'Farrell's first pitching appearance of the season.
Yes, it is, and he's a little bit rusty. The pitch hits the outside corner. 3 balls and 1 strike.
So breaks up the streak there. Finally throws one across here.
O'Farrell looks into the sign, came set, and then stepped off. 3 balls and 1 strike is the count. Noah, do we have a name on our reliever?
Yeah, Ryan Bench warming up down in the bullpen there for the Jackfish.
Pitch from O'Farrell hits the outside corner. So from 3 balls and no strikes, it goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes on the Major center fielder, Miles Miller.
And Miller, no surprise to take on the 3-0 pitch, but then on the 3-1 pitch, you got to be ready to swing.
Now he's going to have to protect. The pitch. Miles lines that one straight back at the screen and foul. So we will redo the 3-2 offering. And while Miller does have to protect here, he does also have to be patient, knowing that he can get a walk and get on base if he leaves the ball.
Yeah, and the dangerous top of the order due up for the Majors as well, who has been the best part of the order for the Majors tonight. You got Yuki Yasuda, who's already got a hit, Ortega as well, and then Cleveland Brownlee, who's already got 3 hits in today's game.
Yes, he does. Here is the 3-2 home. Miles hits that one on the ground and slowly. Soriano charging in. It's going to get under his glove. Britt's around second. He'll get into third. Miles stays at first, and it gets under the glove of Wilson Soriano. We'll await the official scorer's ruling on that one, as there are runners at the corners now with 2 outs.
Yeah, and it's going to be ruled an error, of course, right under the glove of Soriano. He knew he had to be quick. Miles Miller runs the fastest on this Majors team, especially coming out of that left-handed batter's box. It wasn't hit overly hard, so he had to come at it, come charging quick, and make a strong throw just to get the out there. Squeaks under his glove. Britt's able to go to third, and now the Majors have runners on the corners with 2 outs, and Yuki Yasuda, the top of the order, up.
Yuki Yasuda steps up, 2 for 4 in the ballgame. 2 line drive singles. The Majors would certainly take another one here. Britt at third. He's a big insurance run. Yasuda takes that one for a called strike. Right by the belt, 0-1.
And with O'Farrell being all over the map here, it seems, you'd like to see Yasuda be a little bit aggressive, but he's a smart hitter. He knows what he's doing.
0-1. From O'Farrell, the pitch. On the run is Miller, and that hits Yuki. So the bases are loaded after the hit by pitch for Carlos Artiega.
Shortstop Carlos.
It'll be interesting to see if we get a mound visit before they face Arteaga. You have one guy ready, at least it seems ready, down in the Jackfish bullpen, but it's a lefty. And right now you got Arteaga, Brownlee, before you get to your first lefty, which is Ismael Pena.
Yeah, so you got to deal with Artiega here, and then you would get the lefty in Izzy Pena, side-arming lefty in Ryan Bedge in the bullpen. Nobody up in the pen in case he can't retire Pena, and would face Cleveland Brownlee. Here's the pitch, up and in on Artiega. So 2 straight pitches. One hits Yasuda, and one almost hits Carlos, which would have driven in a run. Was the count on him.
Yeah, sorry about that, Dill. It's Pena, then Brownlee. But still, you still have to face another righty here before you get to your first lefty. So I have to imagine this will be his last batter.
More than likely will. Here's the pitch. That's going to hit the outside corner. So he goes up and in, almost hits Artiega, and then hits the outside corner. 1-1 is the count.
And it's hard as a batter to get settled in your batter's box when you have one come up near your head and then the next one's on the outer edge.
It is the 1-1. That's up and in, and that's too high. 2 balls and 1 strike now to the Majors shortstop. Here's the 2-1. Artiega hits that one on the ground. Scooped up by O'Farrell. He will go to first. Play is made there, and the Jackfish hold the Majors off of the scoreboard. So the Majors load the bases, but can't get anything across. We've played 6.5. It's stretch time here at Welland Stadium, and Noah Smith is back on the call when we come back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the stretch is complete here in Welland, and we are set to go here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Wilson Soriano will lead things off for the Welland Jackfish. Brian Valentine back out for the Majors on the mound, who now, Dylan, just have a 1-run lead.
Yes, a bit of a scary time for the Majors. They are only up by 1 after being up by 6 earlier on in the ballgame. Had a great chance to score some runs in the last inning, and they could not do so.
5 straight runs from the Jackfish. Now a square around to bunt. Gormley's going to have to come up with it. The tag, he misses. And it's going to be a leadoff bunt single here for the Jackfish and Wilson Soriano.
Soriano was the only batter not to hit for the Welland Jackfish in that last inning, as Steve Froese is the new third baseman for the Majors. And right there, Soriano put the bunt in the perfect spot right between Kyle Gormandy and Brandon Valentine, where Gormandy had to come and get it if they wanted to play. He tried to tag Soriano, who dove around the tag, and now Soriano's a little bit hurt, might have got hit in the ribs by the base.
So DeAndre Asbury Heath will bat now for the Jackfish. Soriano's on first after leadoff bunt single. Yeah, Froese comes in to play third base. And that is the change. As for now, Valentine's still on the mound. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. A move over, the lefty pick move from Valentine, and Soriano is back in standing up.
Not a bad idea there from Brendan Valentine to move over to first base, since Soriano does lead the IBL in stolen bases and has already had one tonight.
Valentine keeping a close eye on Soriano. The leg kick, and he comes right to. A great bunt there by DeAndre Asbury Heath, but it's going to go foul, as it was rolling down the third base line before it went foul.
That one just got foul, and how often do you see that? 2 straight batters bunting. Soriano bunted for a base hit, likely a sack there from Asbury Heath, but he also bunted and it just went foul. Action in the Majors bullpen as Braden Farrington is throwing very lightly, but he is throwing out there.
Trying to take advantage maybe of Steve Froese, who's freshly into the ball game over there at third base. It was a good bunt. Now another pick move from Valentine. This one over. Gormandy makes the catch. But Soriano once again back standing up.
9 runs hits at first base, so if you're Valentine, you have to work carefully to Asbury Heath.
Valentine looks, checks the one, and now comes to the plate here. Asbury Heath takes that one low, and it evens the count up at 1-1. On a count that's even at 1 here. The Jackfish looking to tie the ball game here in the bottom of the 7th. Valentine looks, now comes at, it's right there. Asbury Heath takes the 1-1 for a strike. Now he finds himself in a hole.
1-2 now from Valentine, and maybe he comes back with an off-speed pitch away from Asbury Heath, which seems to be the way to get him. But he's been doing a good job of laying off those lately.
Time called at the plate by Asbury Heath. As soon as Valentine came set there. Trying to make sure that he's good on his own time. Another move over to 1 to check on the base runner Soriano.
Been very worried about the runner over at first base.
Valentine's look now. Runner's off, and he will be in without a throw as he got a fantastic jump on the ball that missed to even the count up at 2-2.
Yeah, smart idea there from Mike Ambrose. Smart idea there from Mike Ambrose not throwing that ball, because Soriano got such a great jump that he was going to be safe no matter what, and had he thrown it, maybe it gets away. You never know what can happen, so smart move there by the Majors backstop.
The 2-2 delivery, Valentine to the plate. That one's in the dirt, blocked up by Ambrose. Soriano unable to go anywhere at second. But it's going to move it to a full count here on the Jackfish center fielder.
So 2 consecutive good plays behind the dish for Ambrose. Good idea not to throw, and then a great block there holding Soriano at second base. Now it's a full count, though, so you got to work to Soriano and work for the strikeout. Now the double play is no longer in order. But you do have to be careful.
Runner's off, another fantastic jump as this one's fouled off at the plate by Asbury Heath.
Fans at this time, please note your 50-50 ticket
He got a
stubs.
fantastic
Here
jump,
is
Dylan,
today's
but
winning 50-50 ticket
being with
number.
2 strikes in the count there, he had to protect. He had no choice.
Yeah, Asbury Heath had to protect the plate, so he did not strike out. And while Soriano did get a great jump there, tough not to swing at that pitch.
33-43, you are today's 50-50 winner. Claim your prize at the 50-50 table.
Another pitch from Valentine, this one. On the full count. Runner's off once more. It fouled off again at the plate. Valentine continues to go to that high leg kick on the mound. And Soriano continues to get a good jump at second.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised to see that Valentine is not maybe going with a slide step on one of these pitches to hopefully screw up the jump of Wilson Soriano at second base. But he's been staying with the same thing, and Asbury Heath's been fouling every pitch off, or fouling the recent pitches off, and he's staying alive in there.
So set and ready to go here. Another 3-2 pitch, and he steps off this time. They got him picked off. The throw's off. Safe at 2. And it looked like the tag might have been just a bit late at second.
Wow, they had Wilson Soriano there at second base. He left early. Good job by Yuki Yasuda calling for the ball, and Valentine did a good job of turning and firing just before it became a balk. It would have become a balk. Threw over to second, and it was just late in getting Wilson Soriano at second. Might have been the tag, might have been the throw.
Soriano was leaving earlier and earlier every time. Yasuda called for it, but the throw was off to the second base side of the bag, and the tag was late. This one, cold strike 3 on Asbury Heath. A big punch out there. And now a little bit of argument between Asbury Heath and the home plate umpire. But it's going to be the first out here at the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, so right there, Asbury Heath did get rung up on that pitch that looked a little bit low, maybe a little bit inside. Did not look like a strike from our vantage point up here. Nolan Pettipies now gets a chance to hit with a runner in scoring position and 1 out.
Now Valentine, the work's not done here. Soriano continues to work over there at second base. Jumping all around there and took off a few times the last time. He's off again. This pitch, throw from Ambrose down to 2-3 in time, but the tag is late and Soriano's safe. So he steals third, and Dylan, I got to wonder how you let that happen. You knew he was going to go. He tried to do it 3 times the last at-bat, getting increasingly bigger jumps, and then you pick him off, and he goes again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why they wouldn't suspect something there, as it looks like he's hurt over at third base after being hurt over at first base earlier. I don't know why you wouldn't pick over or maybe go with a slide step, but he was obviously going to run. He was excited to run, and he was safe at third.
So Soriano now getting checked out by the training staff after that slide into third, which puts him 90 feet away from scoring the tying run here with 1 out. That will see the Majors infield come in.
Last thing you want to do here is allow the tying run to score after being up by 6 runs. Just in the top of the, or bottom of the 6th inning, they went in up 6.
Pitch here from Valentine. That one's low and in the dirt. So the count evens up at 1-1 here.
Just want to correct myself. It was actually the bottom of the 5th inning that they came in up by 6.
The pitch, this one's fouled straight back and right up over top of us here in the press box. Dylan, did you flinch?
Oh, I did more than flinch there. No, I thought I was about to get hit in the face.
Those ones come at you quick up here in the press box. Clip that, and we'll get the clip up online as soon as we can. I know I ducked away, but a big now 1-2 pitch coming here from Valentine. The pitch, that one's hit over to Froze, who takes a hop on him, and it gets past. And the Jackfish will tie the game. Now he's going into second, and he's in there safely.
Yikes, so tough play there for the Majors. Took a weird hop on Steve Froze. We'll wait for the official scorer's ruling there. Could be a single and an error, or could be an error. Could also be a double. We'll have to see what the ruling is there. Took a strange hop on Steve Froese, skipped over his glove, went into left field. Pena wasn't charging hard because he thought Froese was going to make the play. Artiega ran out. Pettipies running hard all the way. He was going into second, and now this game is tied.
So for the second time this week, the Welland Jackfish have come back from a 6-run deficit late in ball games. This time over a span of 3 innings. That one's hit on the ground hard, foul. And it will be the first strike of the at-bat, but they have battled back from being down 7-1 in this one. This game is now tied here at 7 in the bottom of the 7th, and don't look now, but the Jackfish have that go-ahead run standing on second with 1 out. Fans getting into it. The off-speed pitch from Valentin misses out, and it's 1-1. They're trying to cheer on their Jackfish.
The go-ahead run is out at second base, and last thing you want to do here is, if you're Brennan Valentin, is allow a base hit. Try to get Brian out any way you can.
Pitch here is hit high in the air. Left center field. Pena chasing after, watching it. It's gone. Vaughn Bryant, a 2-run shot just underneath the scoreboard in left center field. And Vaughn Bryant has given the Jackfish a 9-7 lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Tough pitch there. Vaughn Bryant drove it deep to left center field, right under the scoreboard. Izzy Pena tried to make a play. He was running hard out there. He was trying to leap over the fence, maybe try to bring that ball back. Unfortunately, he could not, and another balloon has ventured its way onto the field. Yeah, I mean, the Majors lost a 6-run lead over the course of 3 innings. It's been a tough game.
8 unanswered runs on the board here for the Jackfish over the last 3 at-bats. First pitch here is across for a strike. It's 0-1.
Grant Okawa at the dish. In the ball game, he is grounded out to the first baseman, singled and struck out.
Pitch here is inside, almost hits him. It's all the way back to the backstop. Evens the count up at 1-1. Johnson still in the game here, despite giving up the lead here. It is a score of 9-7 for the Jackfish now. That pitch outside on the 1-1. It moves to 2-1.
Valentin's got to throw a strike here. He needs to get ahead of these hitters because there's only 1 out.
The 2-1 fouled straight back to the screen. So the count evens up at 2-2. Now big 2-2 pitch here. Still just 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Looks and comes. This one's hit on the ground. Up the middle. Yasuda at 2. The throw over. And the throw is offline at first base. A wild throw. Gormley went off to venture and get it. He made the catch, but his foot comes off. And another base runner here for the Jackfish in the bottom of 7th.
Yuki Yasuda had a ways to run to go make that play, and he made it. The throw, unfortunately, brought Kyle Gormley off the base because it was a little wild, and now the Jackfish have yet another base runner with only 1 out.
So another base runner here for Welland, as they will look to extend this lead if they can. It is now 9-7 for the Welland Jackfish here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Pitcher Brennan Valentin still in the ball game here for London, who have seen a 6-run lead evaporate out of thin air here in Welland on this Saturday afternoon.
Not an ideal Saturday afternoon for the boys on the field.
First pitch across for a strike, 0-1. It started out good here. Brownlee's home run in the first inning, and then an onslaught of runs for the Majors, who have since seen that disappear. Now a bunt. Froese will let it roll. It'll go foul as he notices the spin on the ball. Puts it at an 0-2 count now.
Smart move there by Steve Froese, letting that one go foul. Last thing you want to do is have another base runner if you make that play, and he's safe at first. So 0-2 now. Valentin has some room to work. He's ahead of Caleb Feuerstake.
The Majors bullpen empty. A couple of arms ready. We saw Braden Farrington warming up. Now the pickoff move from Valentin. Gormandy fakes throws a couple times. Now it goes over to 2. They're in a rundown here. Valentin chases him down and puts the tag on him. So a good move there to get the out. Eliminates a base runner there. Now 2 outs here in the inning.
Good move there by Brandon Valentini. I don't know if he was going over originally or if Okawa had an early jump, but smart move there. Gormady, Arteaga, and Valentin all executed a nice rundown.
Now 0-2 count. Swing and a miss, so Valentin gets the strikeout and gets out of the inning, but not before the Welland Jackfish find their way back into the game. They scraped and scraped over the last 3 innings. They have put up 8 runs over the last 3 and have now taken a lead here in Welland. They lead 9-7. We'll take a break. When we come back, the 8th inning from Welland Stadium here on Majors TV.
Chances are, if you've been out to a London Majors game this season, then you've noticed all the advertisements around the field. If you're wondering how you can get your business involved, then reach out to us and we can put you in touch with Angela at angela@londonmajors.com. We can help you find innovative ways to help your business grow with the London Majors.
Welcome back to Welland Stadium here as we move on now here in this inter-county matchup. Dylan, the out-of-town scoreboard.
Well, the Toronto Blue Jays are also losing their game by a score of 8-2 against the Tampa Bay Rays. A few 3-run home runs by Travis d'Arnaud and Tommy Pham have led to 6 of the Rays' runs, and the Jays are down.
First pitch here from Reese O'Farrell will miss to Ismael Pena. 1-0. Dylan, a couple other games going on. Detroit later on in another game in the IBL. Later on tonight, here's the pitch from O'Farrell. Taken for a ball, 2-0.
Yes, there is another game in the IBL today that will be played later on in the evening. That
Farrell.
game is Brantford and Guelph at David E. Hastings.
Farrell a couple steps behind the mound, ready to go here after falling behind 2-0. Pena starts off with a hard ground ball. Booted at first, but picked up. A good recovery there. And Pena will be retired here for the first out of the top of the 8th inning.
Yeah, Pena hit that ball hard over to first base. Unfortunately, Brandon Dadson was able to recover as it took a weird hop on him, and he bobbled the ball a little bit, but he ended up picking it up and getting it to first in time to get Pena, so tough luck there.
And now, Dylan, we get to see Cleveland Brownlee come to the plate, who's had an absolutely monster day. A pair of long balls, another hit to go along with it. He's got 3 hits so far.
Yes, 3 hits in the ball game, a single and 2 home runs, a line out. He's been hitting the ball hard today.
Brownlee set to face off against O'Farrell. The first pitch is low. It moves the count to 1-0.
O'Farrell has a bit of a strange delivery. He winds back slowly and then bursts at you hard. So a lot of pitchers will just go up with the leg kick and then through, but he goes back slowly and then bursts.
Here's the 1-0 to Brownlee. That's inside. And I think it's going to be ruled a foul ball as it hit off of Brownlee's bat when he checked his swing. It's 1-1.
Yeah, Cleveland tried to get away from that ball. Instead, the bat ended up hitting it.
Farrell set, and here comes the pitch to Brownlee. That's inside. So Brownlee will take it, and it goes to a 2-1 count. Two one. Big swing there by Brownlee. Fouls it off as it goes back to the screen. The count will be even at 2-2 now.
Even when Cleveland is not hitting the ball like he is right now, he is still putting up a fight at the dish. A 4-pitch at bat, 2-2. He looks at the balls and swings at the strikes.
We mentioned he's had a good day at the plate. 3 hits, hit the ball hard 4 times. And looking for more. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Reese O'Farrell from his windup on the mound. Set, and here's the pitch. It's outside to Brownlee. And now it's a full count here with 1 out to the Majors slugger, designated hitter.
Cleveland will be looking to at least get on base here. With a 3-2 count, the Majors need base runners. They need them desperately.
So Farrell into his windup here. The pitch to Brownlee's inside. He checks. They're going to peel down. He doesn't go around. And Brownlee will have a walk here, so his good day at the plate continues as he takes the walk and will be on base with an out here in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, so Cleveland was able to hold back there just in time for ball 4. And a pinch runner here, Robert Doyle, comes in to take over for Cleveland Brownlee. He is a much faster runner than Cleveland, and Cleveland's night is done. Fans booed the call. More like howled. Sounded like we had a bunch of coyotes instead of fans. But Robert Doyle in to pinch run for Cleveland because Majors need that run.
So Doyle in to pinch run here for Brownlee at first base. Trying to get a little bit of a speed upgrade. Try to see if they can bring a run across this inning. The Majors down to their final 5 outs of the ball game here. If they can't seem to get any runs across, it's Byron Reichstein to the plate now. Farrell checks and comes to the plate. Reichstein takes that one. It's right across the zone, 0-1.
Byron, a very patient guy at the dish. He does not like to swing at that first pitch unless it's a clear strike that he thinks he can drive.
The 0-1 delivery, and it's going to be a pick move over to 1. Farrell checking on the pinch runner new into the game here, Robert Doyle.
Right before that move, we saw Robert Doyle jump a little bit, possibly running on the pitch. We'll have to see.
See if that gets changed as well after the pick move. Another one over. Scampering back to first base is Doyle. The heat down there on field level, of course, getting hot. A slight breeze has now shifted in its direction.
Has now blowing out to left center field.
Delivery here, Reichstein. That one just off the plate. So on 0-1, it's a fastball that misses to move the count to 1-1.
Those two pitches were nearly identical. Good on Byron to lay off it yet again, knowing that that one was a ball. It was probably a ball the first time as well, but the call didn't go Byron's way.
Farrell set. And it comes out. Byron hits that the other way. It's going to be a base hit for him as it's into left. Doyle's going to take a hard round at 2, but he's going to stop there. So a walk and a hit here with an out, and now the Majors have a pair of runners on here with an out in the top of the 8th inning.
You know, Byron Reichstein hit that one really, really hard between the third baseman and the shortstop. So Robert Doyle was obviously going to have a tough time getting to third, and he took a hard turn. He was going to go, but then he got held up by third base coach Brent Wales because of how quickly Von Bryan got to the ball. And a slow walk to the mound, we could see a reliever here against Mike Ambrose.
We'll see if we get a pitching change. It looks like that will be the end of the day for Reese O'Farrell, his pitching debut this 2019 season for the Welland Jackfish. He does all right. He'll leave with the 2 runners on base, his responsibility. Reichstein at first and Doyle, the pinch runner, at second base. We'll have a pitching change. We'll bring you that when we return here in the top of the 8th inning. Well, welcome back to Welland Stadium here. It's the top of the 8th inning. The Majors have a pair of base runners on with 1 out. Dylan, we have a new pitcher into the game. Ryan Bench will come out of the bullpen here for the Jackfish.
Yes, Ryan Bench is in to pitch for the Welland Jackfish. He has 1 win on the season coming out of the bullpen, no starts. He has pitched 10 1/3 innings, has 8 strikeouts, has walked 13, and allowed 9 hits, and has a 5.22 ERA.
The Fonthill, Ontario native now into pitch for the Jackfish. He'll inherit a pair of base runners. 1 out here on the top of the 8th inning, and Mike Ambrose at the dish here for the Majors. First pitch is right there. It's a strike. It's 0-1 here.
Bit of a strange arm angle there from Ryan Bench, coming out a little bit sidearm, maybe even submarine.
Bench checks on his runners. Doyle at 2. And now he's set. Comes to the plate here against Ambrose. It's outside. Moves the count to 1-1.
You hear people talk about 3 quarters all the time. This might be 1 quarter.
Very different arm angle. Coming from the side. Here's the pitch outside to Ambrose. He moves to 2-1. Ambrose has had a pretty good day at the plate himself as well.
Yes, he has a single. He's been hit by a pitch, a strikeout, and he hit a long fly ball.
The delivery on 2-1 here from Bench. Ambrose, big cut at that one. But it will just even the count up at 2-2. Jackfish continue to lead here. 9-7 in the top of the 8th inning, but the Majors pressing here. Now time's called at the dish. Looks like catcher Manning Romanin will call time. Bench set on the mound here. Ambrose awaiting his 2-2 delivery. Here it is. Ambrose hits that one hard. Left field on a line, and a nice catch made on the warning track. Doyle will have to retreat back to second. Reistein back to 1. And Brian makes a nice catch out in left field.
Mike Ambrose just missed that one, absolutely scorching it into left field. Von Bryan went all the way back to the warning track and almost made the play, and did make the play, almost got over his head, which would have been ideal for the Majors, but unfortunately it did not happen. So Kyle Gormady is in a big spot here with 2 outs.
And a tough situation for him as well, coming in having to face the lefty. And Dylan, it's tough enough having to face the lefty as a left-handed batter, but when he's coming from that side motion, it's an arm slot that Gormady does not see often.
No, he does not. Very tough luck for a lefty.
Takes that one outside, so it's 1-0. Jackfish looking to get through the 8th inning. They're an out away. Doyle still on second. Reichstein on first. The pitch from Bench. Taken by Gormady, but it's across for a strike. Evens it up at 1-1.
A little bit surprised to see the Majors haven't brought in a pinch hitter. Now, I'm not sure what the bench looks like right now, but with the tough lefty on the mound in Bench, Kyle Gormady coming up with the play would have been a good spot to bring in a pinch hitter.
Pitch from Bench. Gormady takes that one up high. So the count will move to 2-1. After Gormady, it's Britt and Miller. I believe they'll be froze in for Britt, though. And then Miller behind him. Pitch now from Bench to Gormady. It hits off him, and he's going to head down. It's a hit by pitch, and that will load the bases.
And now we're going to get a visit from the Welland Jackfish manager out here to talk to the home plate umpire, saying that it hit the bat. And it seems that he's going to ask maybe for the umpires to get together. But Gormady went straight to first, as if it hit him. So we'll have to see what happens.
I believe Dylan Gormady wears that elbow guard. It possibly hit off that. It doesn't look like this conversation is going anywhere.
No, it does not. It could have hit off of that elbow guard as we see Sean Hood-Tidman over at first base holding it. He just put it in his back pocket now, so it could have hit off of that and went maybe onto the plate that made that sound. We don't know, but the Majors now have the bases loaded with 2 outs.
And now a huge chance for Steve Froese to bring in a run, if not 2. And oh, how this changes with a hit by pitch on Gormandy, who is in a tough lefty-on-lefty matchup, and now the bases are loaded with 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning. Bench to the plate here. Froese takes that one right down the middle. Heart of the plate. It splits it in half. It's 0-1. The check, and Froese hits that one hard on the ground. He gets past the third. Reichstein's going to be waved around to score. Doyle's already in. The throw to the plate is offline. In scores Reichstein. Gormandy will move up to third, and Froese into second.
Huge base hit from Steve Froese there, getting it right through the infield, skipped over the glove of Nolan Pettipies, and into left field. Robert Doyle was going to score with ease. Byron Reichstein was hustling around third, and he ended up scoring on the play as well. Von Bryan made a strong throw, but it was not in time to get Reichstein, and all of a sudden it's a tied game. It's been an exciting ball game so far.
So after all that, we are back to where we started, a tie ball game. This one now at 9-9. Here in Welland on this Saturday afternoon, it will be now Miles Miller for the Majors. He'll come into the game looking to find his first time into the hit column. The only Major in the starting lineup that is yet to do so. First pitch from bench is outside. Good play by Romanen to keep it in front of him, but it's 1-0.
What a time this would be to get your first hit of the ball game if you're Miles Miller. Huge spot. Against a tough lefty, though, in Ryan Bench.
We'll see if Miller can just put something in play and try and run it out as well. Beal playing to get the out here. That one outside to Miller. So the 1-0 moves to 2-0 now. And a 2-0 count. Gormandy's at third. Froese is at second. In a tie ball game here in the top of the 8th inning. Pitch is outside. So Bench misses, and it's now 3-0. On deck for the Majors stands the leadoff man in the order. Top of the order, Yuki Yasuda.
Yasuda, very good righty bat facing the lefty.
Pitch here. That one will miss on a pitch that looked pretty good. And now time called, so it'll be a walk here on 4 pitches to load into bases for the top of the order, and Yuki Yasuda.
Yuki Yasuda in the ball game is 2 for 4 with a hit by pitch, and he is in a big spot right now. Go-ahead runs at third base. The fans have certainly been giving it to the home plate umpire of late, as Miles Miller was not wearing his helmet. He gets his own there. He's wearing Izzy Pena's.
On every right to do so, I believe, Dylan. His umpire's been all over the place today. Inconsistent and missing calls left and right.
Missing calls, but switching his calls up.
It's been on both sides as well. Jackfish were a victim of it there. Now it's Yuki Yasuda with the bases loaded, 2 outs. First pitch is there for a strike. So it's 0-1. I believe the Jackfish have Tyler Wood warming down in the home bullpen. Pitch here outside to Yasuda. So it's even at 1-1.
Yuki in a big spot. He's going to be patient. He knows to wait for his pitch because he needs to make sure that he gets something on the ground into the outfield.
The pitch here to Yasuda takes that one low and outside, moves the count to 2-1. Bench hasn't thrown a whole lot of strikes as well, Dylan, so we'll see Yasuda take until he gets one he really likes. 2-1 to the plate. Yasuda hits that one on the ground, but it's foul. Down into the Welland bullpen, and the count evens at 2-2.
Looking at it now, I can count 2 batters that have not had at least 2 balls, or 2 batters that have not had a ball on them against Ryan Bench, so he has thrown quite a few balls.
So the base is loaded here on a 2-2 count. Ryan Bench coming at Yuki Yasuda. The pitch to the plate. Yasuda hits that one into right field, not deep, and the catch is made. So we will go to the bottom of the 8th inning here in Welland. The Majors pick up 2 here in the top of the 8th inning. They have come back and tied this game, scoring their first run since the 5th, Dylan, and we have a brand new ball game.
We most certainly do, and this game has been very exciting. We can see that Roop Chanadad is out talking to the home plate umpire, likely a switch that is linked to Robert Doyle entering the game, possibly exiting it as well. It has been a great ball game here in Welland, and the Majors just tied it up in the 8th inning, and it's going to be an exciting finish.
So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, it's the bottom of the 8th inning here from Welland, all tied at 9. Welcome back to Welland Stadium here. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Dylan, a whole lack of changes for us here. A new pitcher in the ball game, as well as some defensive changes, bring us up to speed.
So, two-way Major star with a home run in the ball game is now pitching Izzy Pena, the lefty. At first base is Josh Williams. He's coming in the spot of Robert Doyle and Cleveland Brownlee. He takes over for Doyle, who pinch ran, and he will now play first base. Kyle Gormady, who was the first baseman, shifts over to left field, something we've seen before. He's getting a few throws in right now.
So you're up to speed now on the Majors' defensive changes. Ismael Pena will make his return to the mound here. For Pena, we've seen him on the mound a lot of times in starting positions, but now he'll pitch. He's pitched 19.2 innings already this season, and we'll look to add on to that here and get the Majors up to bat, still tied at 9.
Yeah, and it's not going to be an easy task. It's number 2, number 3, and number 4 in this Jackfish order. Brennan Dadson, Mattingly Romanen, and Andrew Mercier due up for the Jackfish. Going to be a tough spot for Izzy Pena.
So Pena is set to go on the mound, the lefty. First pitch is low and in the dirt for ball 1. Set once more, big leg kick, and comes 2. And it's going to be fouled off and to the backstop, even at 1-1 now.
This season we've seen Izzy Pena appear in 11 games. He has come in relief 9 times and started twice. This is his 12th game of the season.
Here's the 1-1 delivery. Off speed, fouled off and over top of the press box here. It moves to 1-2 now. Good position for Pena.
Here in Welland, these foul balls can actually come into the press box.
So the 1-2 once more. Pena has a look. He comes from the set position, leg kicking to the plate. It's in the dirt. It's right past Ambrose, but it will move the count to 2-2.
2-2 now. He's thrown quite a few fastballs to start off. Does he come with an off speed now, maybe? Hoping to get Dadson off balance. Maybe an off speed that'll dive away from him. We'll have to see.
Set here, the 2-2 to the plate. It's low. Blocked up by Ambrose, and it moves it to a full count now at 3-2. Pena looking to work through the bottom of the 8th inning here for the Majors, who are going to have to try to come up with another few innings worth of pitching in this game. The pitch, this one hit, but not hard. Fouled over top of the umpire, and Ambrose stays at 3-2.
Looks like Dadson might have been a little bit ahead of that pitch, bouncing it over top of the head of Ambrose and the home plate umpire. We'll see if he adjusts or if Pena switches speeds.
Pena and Ambrose on the same page here on the 3-2 pitch. The big leg kick from the lefty and comes to. Yasuda's going to have to come over. He gets it. A long way to go. Throw over to Williams in time, who makes the catch at first base. It's a quick first out here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Good play there by Yuki Yasuda, using his speed to get over into that hole, making the play and firing it over to Josh Williams at first base, who did a good job. That ball that throw kind of ate him up a little bit, but he did a good job of staying with it and making the play.
So now Mattingly Romanin up to the plate here for the Jackfish with an out on the board in the bottom of the 8th inning. Pena got that first out on the ground out that you just saw. Here's the pitch. That one just missing. And it moves to 1-0.
Romanin in the ball game is 1 for 1. He's walked twice and been hit by a pitch along with a single.
The Let's Go Jackfish chant starting in the crowd. On this year on their hometown team. Pitch from Pena's. That one's hit on the ground up the middle. It's a base hit. And it's going to be a 1-out base runner here for the Jackfish in the bottom of 8.
Mattingly Romanin smoked that ball right back up the middle. Hard ground ball. Hit off the mound and went right into center field. Good job by Miles Miller getting there and getting the ball in. Double play is in order, though, with Andrew Mercier at the dish. He is certainly a strong candidate if you can get him to roll over on a ball. Don't let him elevate one, though, as he has a ton of power.
So Pena will now have to face off against Mercier, the designated hitter. A lefty-on-lefty matchup with a runner on here and 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Pena set and comes to. That pitch is inside. Good take there, and it's quickly 1-0.
The wind has gone back to where it was originally blowing, towards right field. More towards right now than right center.
That pitch hit high in the air. Yasuda's out into shallow. It's trailing on him. Now he's got a chance to go to 2. The force out in time at second base. So they recover. A great job by Yasuda. That ball was trailing on him. You saw the wind blowing out, Dylan, and it just got caught. Yasuda thought he had it closer to the infield. It blew all the way out. But he recovers, makes the out, and the Majors grab an out on the play.
Yeah, and Yuki thought he had that ball caught, but he didn't because of the wind. It kept blowing and blowing and blowing, and Yuki couldn't make the play. Luckily, he recovered quick enough to get Mattingly Romanin at second base. And we have a pinch runner. Nate Mastervik comes in to pinch run for Andrew Mercier, the designated hitter.
Jackfish. Shortstop number 1, Wilson Soriano.
So Wilson Soriano, who has been, Dylan, I guess the best way to say that, he's been a headache for the Majors today. And will come to the dish with a pair of outs and a runner on here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
He has most certainly been a headache for the Majors pitching staff today. He's been very good.
Pena comes at first pitch is inside to Soriano. It's quickly 1-0. As Pena falls behind. See if he can go right at one of the tougher hitters in this order for the Jackfish. Pena checks but comes to. It's fouled off and to the backstop. 1-1.
Nate Mastovic on that last pitch was fooled by Pena looking at him and then throwing home. And one of the reasons that Wilson Soriano has been a headache for the majors today is because he can beat you in so many ways. He can beat you with the bat, he can beat you with his speed, and defensively he is great as well. Just a great, complete, all-around player.
The 1-1 delivery here as Pena checks, comes to. On the ground, it's a base hit for Soriano. So his great day continues. Another hit as that one's thrown in wildly. But luckily for the majors, nothing comes of it, except for runners on first and second here with 2 outs.
So Soriano continues to be a headache, and he might have just moved into the migraine category after that hit there into right field. Byron made a strong throw, but it went over the head of Yuki Yasuda and Carlos Artiega, not the 2 tallest players on this team. Luckily, it was right to Steve Rose at third base. Mastervic holds at second. Soriano at first. Tough spot now for Pena, but he's got 2 outs, so just one good pitch can get you out of this.
DeAndre Asbury Heath now for the Jackfish. He's also been a key factor in this game for Welland. And he'll now look to bring in the go-ahead run. Pena looks, comes to. That pitch is inside and taken. So it's 1-0 here.
Asbury Heath in the ball game is 2 for 4, 2 strikeouts, 1 swinging, 1 looking, a walk. Is 1 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a walk, plus a double.
Pitch from Pena is outside on this one. So he quickly falls behind 2-0 here and now asks for a new ball from the home plate umpire.
You know, we see it again here. The wind is shifting. Now it's blowing out directly to center field, so any fly ball, you should expect it to carry.
Two-0 delivery. Ismael Pena checks on his base runner. Now comes that big swing there from Asbury Heath. It moves to 2-1 after the big cut.
Asbury Heath was looking to use that wind to his advantage and drive one into the forest behind the center field fence.
So 2-1 now. Pena has a look. Now comes that another big cut from Asbury Heath. But luckily for Pena, he doesn't make contact. It stays out, and it goes to 2-2. Pena's a strike away from getting through the 8th.
He's done a very good job in the 8th. Mostly weak contact besides that Soriano single and the Romanen single as well. Those were both hit pretty hard, but other than that, it's been a pretty good 8th inning so far for Pena.
Now he comes to the plate here. That pitch called strike 3, and Asbury Heath is down on strikes again. It has not been a great day for him at the plate. Another strikeout. Pena gets through the 8th inning, and we will go to the 9th inning, tied at 9 here in Welland. An exciting finish coming into this one. Stay tuned here on Majors TV. We'll take a quick break.
Are you looking for that perfect birthday gift this summer? Then make sure you visit the London Majors team store located under the grandstand at home games or online at londonmajors.com. The Major store has lots of different items including t-shirts, game-used jerseys, hoodies, and Collins Majors socks, compliments of Collins clothiers. The Major store also has multiple different styles of London Majors official New Era caps. So make sure you visit us under the grandstand at home games or online at londonmajors.com.
Welcome back to the 9th inning here in Welland. All tied at 9 here. The London Majors and the Welland Jackfish on Majors TV. Noah Smith here. Dylan Baker is alongside me for the ride. And Dylan, we have an exciting finish coming for us, no matter the outcome.
We most certainly do. If the Majors lose or if they win here, it's going to be an exciting ball game. 9-9. Someone's going to have to win. Someone's going to score some late runs and eventually win this ball game.
Staying into the game for Welland. Bench on the mound. Wood continues to warm in the bullpen. First pitch to Ortega's across for a strike here. 0-1. Dylan, you got to look at the positives here. For the Jackfish is with the lefty. You have the righty here, and then I believe what's due up to be back-to-back lefties. Ortega hits that one down the right field line. A long run coming at it. Almost overran it, but a nice catch made out in right field by Furstake, and the first out here at the top of the 9th inning.
Yeah, nice play there by Furstake running over it. As you mentioned, Noah, he almost overran it, but he still recorded the out. And you also said that he's got back-to-back lefties due up. He does. It's Pena and Williams plus Reichstein, so actually 3 lefties due up in a row. So that certainly helps the Jackfish out. It'll be Pena, Williams, and Reichstein due up for the Majors.
So a number of lefties here in the order for the Majors. Pitch from bench to his counterpart, now Ismael Pena. Misses for ball 1. Pena came into the game to pitch last inning, got through the 8th. Here's the pitch from bench. It's there for a strike, and it evens it up at 1-1. Another check. Here's the 1-1. Pena hits that one, fights it off a little bit. Right field, not deep. Furstake again, battles the sun, but makes the grab. And it's another quick out here. Quickly 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning.
Yeah, Ryan Bench has done a great job on the mound so far in this inning. Izzy Pena couldn't get his arms extended on that one and got jammed a little bit. And he just missed it. A little fly ball out to right field, and Caleb Furstake, had he gotten his arms extended, maybe that ball goes out of the park.
So it'll be Josh Williams grabbing in a bat here in the top of the 9th inning. Came in as a defensive replacement and now gets an AB. Big cut there. And it's 0-1 here.
Williams is looking to get a base runner for the Majors and possibly more with 2 outs here in the 9th inning.
Here's the 0-1 delivery from bench. That one taken from Williams, and it's now 1-1. It's a 1-1 count on Josh Williams. With 2 outs already here in the top of the 9th inning. Bench delivers. It's outside. And it moves the count to 2-1.
2 balls and 1 strike now on Josh Williams, and he has to realize it's a hitter's count and look only for his pitch. Cannot chase anything outside of the zone because right now the Majors need him to get on base because they need to run.
Check, and Williams, big cut there again. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes here.
2-2. Now you got to protect if you're Williams, and hopefully you get a base hit.
A big 2-2 pitch coming here. Bench to Williams, who fights that one off and plops it into right center field in front of Furstake. Williams will stay at 1, but he's got himself a 2-out base hit here and a base runner for the Majors.
Josh Williams hit that ball really hard into right center field, but the outfielders were playing pretty deep, so they were able to cut that one off relatively quickly. That brings up Byron to the dish, who in the ball game is 3 for 5, a fly out and a ground out, the only 2 outs, 3 singles on the day for him.
So 3 hits already in the game for Reichstein, who comes to the plate. He'd love another one here. Try to find a ball in the gap, possibly against bench. First pitch is outside. 1-0. The Majors won't elect to switch out Williams for a base runner. Although with 2 outs, he could get a big jump and possibly score on a ball in the gap. The 1-0 delivery. Off-speed pitch drops right in there. Great job by bench. And it's 1-1 now on Reichstein.
Great job on the off speed there from Ryan Bench, as you mentioned. And Josh Williams, they're not getting a pinch runner for him because while he's not the fastest guy, he's not very slow either. So he's just a mediocre runner over at first base.
Here's the 1-1. That one misses outside to Reichstein. So it now moves the count to 2-1 Bench working here in the top of the 9th inning. Came out of the bullpen for the Welland Jackfish. That bullpen now sits empty. Pitch to Reichstein is taken, and it moves it to a 3-1 count. So now also a good count to hit, and also one ball away from getting on base.
Yeah, so if he takes a pitch outside of his zone, he gets on base. But if he hits it, he can hit it a long way, and he's going to have to wait for his pitch because it is a great hitter's count right now.
Pitch here. That one right across for a strike to Reichstein. Looked like he was taking almost all the way, and now it's a 3-2 count.
3-2, Byron's got to protect here. And hopefully he can do what Williams did and get himself a base hit.
Mike Ambrose stands on deck here for the majors. Williams is off. Reichstein fouls that one off, so he does stay alive as that one gets out of play.
Byron did a good job of fighting that one off and protecting the plate. He'll have to do the same here again as the majors hope for another two-strike hit.
Time called at the plate. Must be on the catcher there. His home plate umpire makes the call. Josh Williams is on first base, 2 outs, and a 3-2 count, so he'll be off on the pitch as long as he makes sure that Bench goes towards the plate. The 3-2. He's off. The pitch to the plate is in the dirt. It's going to be a walk to Reichstein. And now, coming up to the plate for the majors will be the catcher, Mike Ambrose. And I don't know if we're going to see a pitching change, Dylan.
You know, Mike Ambrose in his last at-bat, he absolutely scorched the ball to left field. Unfortunately, Von Bryan was able to track that one down and make the catch. He just missed it, and he will face a lefty here, the same lefty he faced in his prior at-bat, Ryan Bench. I don't think we're going to see a pitching change. We see more action yet again in that Jackfish bullpen. Someone's throwing, quite possibly Tyler Wood, who sat back down, likely getting back up right now. But Mike Ambrose has a great shot to drive home the go-ahead run.
His last time up to the plate, drove one to deep left field. The catch was made on the warning track. First pitch here from Bench to Ambrose. Inside but called a strike. So it's 0-1.
Ambrose thought he had to get out of the way of that one, but instead it was called a strike. Hit the inside corner.
So time called once again at the plate. This time it looks like it might have been by Ambrose. He's got an 0-1 count on him. And now a runner in scoring position. Williams represents that go-ahead run, standing on second base. Bench to the plate here. Ambrose fouls that one off. He was right on it, but he'll go out of play, and it's an 0-2 count.
That one sounded like it came back and almost hit a couple of fans out here at Welland Stadium.
0-2. Bench looking to get through the 9th inning and send his team to the bat. Williams, as Ambrose hits that one on the ground, but foul. Williams in scoring position at second. Reichstein at first. And the count will stay at 0-2 here on Mike Ambrose.
Cleveland Brownlee, the first base coach, after every pitch you can hear him talking to the hitter, making sure that he knows that he can give some advice on how to approach the guy on the mound.
Set and ready here on the 0-2 pitch to Ambrose. That one is hit high in the air. Left field, tracking back, warning track, it's gone. A 3-run shot for Mike Ambrose. And the Majors lead 12-9.
Mike Ambrose with a shot to left field. He clobbered that ball, and he is pumped up. He does not like these Welland Jackfish very much, and he showed it there as he was rounding the bases. He is super pumped up to have hit that one out, and like we mentioned, his last at-bat, he just missed one, but that one, he drove it out of here, and the Majors are now up by 3.
Ambrose on an 0-2 pitch. Drives it over the left field wall, Dylan. Last time up, he hit one deep to left field. You mentioned he was seeing the ball well, and this time he crushes one out of here to give the Majors the lead.
Yeah, and he was pumped up around the bases, threw his hand up as he rounded first base, and even made a little motion to the crowd as he touched home.
Pitch here to Gormandy. Is outside for ball 1. It's 1-0. Still 2 outs here in the 9th inning. Bench continues in the game. Wood still on the mound in the bullpen. Look from Bench as he comes inside. It misses. It's 2-0 now to Gormandy, who's moved over to left field on the defensive side of things.
And that home run from Mike Ambrose seems to have sucked the life out of this crowd.
Pitch, Gormandy hits that one hard. Off the glove of Dad's at first and in to right field. A tough one as it takes a big hop there, but it's going to be a base runner here with 2 outs.
And that ball was scorched off the bat of Kyle Gormandy. Tough play to be made by Brandon Dadson. We'll have to see the official scores ruling on that one. But great hit by Gormandy there. He was right on that pitch, and now Steve Froese has a chance.
Steve Froese now will come to bat with 2 outs here in the inning. After that hit by Gormandy, hit off the glove, but based on the tough hop, might be scored a base hit. Pitch from Bench. That one is called a strike. It's 0-1.
Froese came along defensively in the bottom of the 7th inning.
The look from Bench as he comes to Froese at the plate. It's outside. Evens it up at 1-1 now.
Froese has already had an impact on the game offensively. He had a base hit that scored, I believe, a run and got to second on the throw. He had the game-tying base hit, actually.
Fouls that one off. It'll get out of play, but the count will move to 1-2 now. And a huge 9th inning here for the Majors.
Yes, this has been quite the crazy ball game, and Steve Froese now has a chance to drive home or maybe get on base and give Miles Miller a shot to drive home another run.
That one just missing out to Steve Froese on 1-2 and evens it up at 2-2. Froese came into the game, and so far he's done a pretty good job. Pitch now from Bench. That one's outside on 2-2, and it goes to 3-2 now.
And, you know, we mentioned it on yesterday's broadcast. Steve Froese does such a great job at working counts and battling in there at the dish. He has another full count here against Ryan Bench. He's just a great hitter.
Here's the pitch outside on 3-2, and it's going to be a walk here as Froese will take the walk and head down to first.
And again, good things happen when you work your at-bats, and he worked Ryan Bench there, and he walks. So the Majors have 2 runners on for Miles Miller, still the only Major who is hitless in the ballgame.
Miller still looking for his first hit of the game, as mentioned. Been a struggle for him so far, but here in the top 9, you know they'd love their insurance. Here's the first pitch from Bench. That one just missing. It's 1-0.
Miles Miller and Yuki Yasuda, the only 2 Majors that have not hit in this inning so far, as Miller is in here for his plate appearance.
Comes at. Miller hits it over to first on a bounce. Takes it himself. It's going to be a foot race. And Dadson will be in time at first base to get Miller. So the struggle continues for Miller. But Mike Ambrose comes through in the clutch here in the top of the 9th inning, Dylan. And wow, an unbelievable game we have seen so far.
It most certainly has been. The Majors were up by 6. The Jackfish tied it up, and the Majors take a 3-run lead in the top of the 9th inning. The first 2 batters in that inning were out. Carlos Artiega and Izzy Pena both flew out to Caleb Fewer's stake, and I know that feels like an eternity ago, but it was actually just in the top of the 9th inning, and it was not looking good for the Majors, but all of a sudden, a base hit for Josh Williams, a walk for Byron Reichstein, and then Mike Ambrose went deep, has completely changed how we're looking at that inning and the ball game as the Majors are up 12-9 heading into the bottom of the 9th.
So we take a quick break here. Pause for a moment, and when we come back, the bottom of the 9th inning. Ismael Pena back on the mound to look to close things out.
Chances are, if you've been out to a London Majors game this season, then you've noticed all the advertisements around the field. If you're wondering how you can get your business involved, then reach out to us and we can put you in touch with Angela at angela@londonmajors.com. We can help you find innovative ways to help your business grow with the London Majors.
Welcome back to Welland Stadium. Here we go to the bottom of the 9th inning, and what has been, Dylan, the best way to describe it, it's been a roller coaster game here. The London Majors got up early. They at one point led 7-1. They blew that lead. The Jackfish led 9-7, and then Mike Ambrose untied this game in the top of the 9th inning. We have seen a lot of home runs today.
Yeah, we have seen 5 total home runs, 1 by Von Bryan of the Welland Jackfish, 2 by Cleveland Brownlee of the Majors, 1 by Izzy Pena, and 1 by Mike Ambrose. So 4 Majors home runs, 1 Jackfish home run. It's been quite the ball game.
Nolan Pettipies will lead things off here for the Jackfish in the bottom of the 9th inning. They got 3 outs to try and get some of their own, although the Majors in the top half of the 9th inning scored all theirs on 2 outs. First pitch from Pena. Inside. And it will be taken for ball 1. The leg kick and delivery here. That one's in the dirt as well. So Pena falls behind quickly, 2-0.
Pettipies in the ball game is 1 for 3. He's got a double, a ground out, a strikeout, and a sacrifice fly.
Cleveland Brownlee encouraging his pitcher from the Majors dugout. That pitch from Pena is across for a strike as he goes right at and moves it to a 2-1 count. Sun is peeked out more here at Welland Stadium. What has been a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. That one hit hard on the ground but foul down to the Jackfish bullpen, and it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
A nice breeze up here too on the field. So the players are enjoying it. It's not too hot with that breeze. Of course, we've been in the shade all game up here, but...
Pitch, swing, and a miss. A strikeout there to start the 9th inning for Ismael Pena.
Great job by Pena there working the fastball to Pettipies all the way up until he had a 2-2 count, and then he went with the off speed. Pettipies was caught leaning and reaching. Now here's a tough bat in Von Bryan, who has the only Jackfish home run in the ball game. That home run tied the game.
So Von Bryan to the plate here for the Jackfish. Went deep earlier on. Well, he'll bat with nobody on and 1 out here, so the role changes, Dylan. He's got to now be a rally starter. First pitch is up high from Ismael Pena as the Let's Go Jackfish chants begin.
Yes, and while most of the fans are out of this game, there are still quite a few kids here in attendance that are starting the Let's Go Jackfish chant.
Pitch here is outside from Izzy Pena. He falls behind quickly, 2-0 here. Announced attendance of over 700 here at Welland Stadium. Another great day at the ballpark. Izzy Pena on the 2-0 pitch, as that one's fouled straight back to the screen. Right on it was Bryant, but it will be a 2-1 count.
So 2-1 here. Izzy Pena has been working well against all of the hitters he's faced. Von Bryan, though, is another beast, as he had the home run earlier. Interesting to see what he comes with here.
2-1 delivery, swing and a miss there on a big cut. Trying to put the Jackfish another run closer there, but it is a swing and a miss, 2-2.
You know, you mentioned it, Noah. Right now, he can't be looking to do that. He has to be a rally starter for the Welland Jackfish. Otherwise, his at-bat might go awry.
2-2. Pena set on the mound. The big leg kick to the plate is going to miss. And this 2-2 count now moves to a 3-2 full count for the Jackfish right now. And Von Bryan, a walk is as good as a hit. Just needs to find a way on base to start a rally here in the bottom of 9. 3-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. A good pitch there by Pena. Goes away with it. And it's the second out here in the 9th inning.
You know, we just saw with Nolan Pettipies. He busted him with fastballs. All of a sudden, he goes with the off speed on Von Bryan, and he was off balance just like Nolan Pettipies was. Izzy Pena working really, really well right now.
So Pena will have to look to get through one more man to get the win here for the Majors, and what an important win it would be. First pitch is up high, so as he did with the first 2 batters that he struck out, he misses with the first pitch. It's 1-0. The big leg kick from Pena at right again, and this one misses. Ambrose will get a new ball there. Dylan, I think it's the same with the first 2 batters of the inning as well. 2-0, he falls behind.
Yes, he fell behind 2-0 on both Nolan Pettipies and Von Bryan, but then came back to strike both of them out, so we'll see what happens here.
A 2-0 delivery. As Pena misses outside on this one, so he does fall behind 3-0 now. Just needs one more out on the board. The 3-0. Delivery to Okawa. That one is right there for a strike. And it moves it to a 3-1 count now. Great job by Pena.
Pena's just working back into counts. He's falling behind, but he's doing a great job of coming back, getting 2 strikes on batters, and finishing them off. Right now, he's just got the 1 on Okawa.
The 3-1 is in the dirt, so it's going to be a walk here with a pair of outs here, and that's how the rally starts. A good job by Okawa, and now it will turn things over for the Jackfish, and Pena will take a little bit of time to walk around the mound.
Yeah, Pena's going to take his time here to get ready for the top of the Jackfish order, and Caleb Feuersteak as Roop Chanadak comes out to the mound. He is going to... Looks like there's going to be a pitching change, but there's nobody up in the bullpen. Braden Farrington's working with bands, but I don't know that there's going to be a pitching change here.
So I think what was going on there is manager Roop Chanadak wanted to make sure it was not a mound visit, as they were just checking on Pena's arm. That is what the call will be. If you go out for an injury visit, does not count as an official mound visit. You're allowed 2 in an inning per pitcher before you have to change.
Yeah, so Pena seemed like he was walking gingerly there. Well, Roop wanted to make sure, as you mentioned, that it didn't count for a mound visit.
Pitch is low. Quickly thrown back. Pena wasn't ready for it, but it's 1-0 here. Pena being careful here on the mound. Not super aggressive. There's the pitches up high now as he falls behind 2-0.
Caleb Feuersteak has also been a thorn in the side of the majors. 3 strikeouts, but he has he's singled twice and scored once.
2-0 as that one's hit in the air. Right field, carrying Reichstein after it, camping underneath it. The catch is made, and that will end the ball game here for the Majors. They pick up the win, a 12-9 final score here in Welland on this Saturday afternoon. What a game, Dylan, and what a performance here by the Majors.
Yeah, the Majors walked into Welland, scored a bunch of runs early, were up by 6, then lost all of it. Tied game, then the Jackfish took the lead. The Majors tied it up again, and Mike Ambrose, a 9th inning, 3-run home run to give the Majors the lead, and then eventually the win.
So the Majors come away with their second straight victory. A fantastic start to the weekend where they needed to come in here and win some ball games. They won last night, a good game, and then they used some home run power this afternoon, Dylan, to take this game 12-9 from the Welland Jackfish in a game that I'm sure they didn't want to be nearly as close. 12-9 is the final score.
Yes, 12-9 is the final score, and obviously this was going to be a hotly contested game. As you can see right there, a bunch of Majors players are yelling at Andrew Mercier, who's still standing out there, along with the Jackfish coach. The Jackfish bench is still standing and staying put, so the Majors are walking off the field now. But it was a crazy game. It was a great game. The pitching, not so great, but the game itself was phenomenal.
So that will do it from our broadcast here in Welland on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. We thank you for listening, for watching, and following along at home as we bring you the Majors on the road here. It's a final score of 12-9 as the London Majors put on a show here in Welland. They put up 12 runs on a total, Dylan, of 18 hits and 2 errors. For the Jackfish, 9 runs on 14 hits and 4 errors.
Yeah, just offensive outbursts on both sides. The Welland Jackfish and the London Majors both had tremendous offensive games.
We thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow afternoon as the London Majors visit the Hamilton Cardinals, who are one of the hottest teams in the Inter-County League right now and look to climb the standings. For the London Majors, Noah Smith, Dylan Baker, we thank you for watching and listening this afternoon, and goodbye from the Rose City.